I would like to welcome everyone to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association Football Media Day here at the George Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. This event wouldn't be possible without our valuable media partners. We would like to thank each of you for your commitment to the student athletes and coaches here in Talladega County. At this time, we will kick things off with the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers and head coach Chris Mahan, who's entering his 10th season and his second stint at Talladega County Central High School. And representing the Fighting Tigers today, we have Kayvon Moten. The Fighting Tigers compete in Class 1A Region 5 and will open their season at Autauguaville on August the 28th.
Well, it's definitely been an unusual summer, a trying time for all teams and all kids and all parents. I do appreciate the parents that have allowed their kids to come and play for us this year. This young man here been playing for me. He's a senior this year. He's been playing for me since the 7th grade. Pretty much the same size. He's always been a pretty good player for me. He's been good for me. He's been one of my few seniors, which I don't have many on the team. Matter of fact, two that play. You're the only one actually. The only one that actually have played football in the last 2-3 years. So he's the only senior I really do have on the team. But he's been starting for me, been playing since the 7th grade, been starting for him on the varsity since the 8th. Just really excited about him. He's been there for the most part every day this summer. He's has shown his dedication that he's willing to do and whatever needs to be done to be the leader I need him to be, and I'm just glad to have him. Well, what we got going on at TC, we always have struggled with numbers, being a 1A, that's any 1A, not just TC in particular. Numbers are always going to be an issue. This year is no different. It's a little bit harder with the numbers this year, considering what we got going on with the COVID-19. But we've always lived by the motto at TC, a little phrase that we live by because of that, and that's never going to change. The value of our football team is not in members, but in true young men. Players that's truly immersed in the Fighting Tiger spirit is a far greater asset than aided with lukewarm enthusiasm. So what I mean by that, and that model go by that, you get me young men that really want to be out there. And they're going to be there on time. They're going to be dedicated to the weight room. They're going to be at practice when I need them to be. And that's far greater than guys that don't really want to be out there. You got to be out there. So our numbers might not be great. Like every year they're not going to be great. This year they're going to be a little bit lower. But I got young men out there that want to be out there that's going to be dedicated to playing the game of football like they always have. So, those guys I'm able to depend on. And when you go into a football game, which is like a battle, football is a sport that's extremely rough. Its practice is hard. It's going to be hot. You out there hitting on each other. You're worried about what's going on with your health. So you want guys out there that's going to really be dedicated to want to be out there, and that's what I have. So I'm proud of what I have. Like any coach, you wish you had more numbers. To maybe go to platoon, give them rest here or there when they need to have rest, not have so many go both ways. But, we just don't have that luxury right now. And like I've always said about TC, particularly our fans don't want excuses. They want wins. So we're not going to give them any excuses. This is nothing other team in the state's going through. They all going through it. So we're just going to have to make things happen like we always do. Yeah, the limited numbers with the COVID situation has been I guess for lack of a better word, a blessing, because it gives us the opportunity to make sure we go through the fine print of everything when it comes to keeping the kids safe. We have 3 coaches on staff. We test them 2 or 3 times a day with thermometers to make sure they don't have a temperature. We wash down every piece of equipment that they use. We sanitize helmets. We sanitize the weight room. We sanitize the locker room. So, we have a new field house, and, we have the kids pretty much spaced out in there where they're not on top of each other. So I guess with this situation, the low numbers is a blessing because it give us the opportunity to do the best we can, humanly possible, to keep the kids safe. So I guess in a way, the low numbers is a blessing when it comes to this year with that.
Well, my mentality is just to work hard in the season. You feel? And just keep grinding. Yes, sir. Going into my senior year, I feel like I should work harder than I ever worked before in the season. Well, I gotta keep them up. Every lose we take, they'll hold their head down. I gotta lift them up because I'm the head of the team. So I gotta keep them up and make sure we keep winning. And win or lose, we still Tigers.
Yeah, that wasn't much of a trade-off. We played Watley, of course, in the past in region play, and they always gonna put a good football team on the field. They're gonna be disciplined, they're gonna be structured, they're gonna be hard-nosed kids. I talked to the coach down there. Like everyone, 1A for the most part, they're struggling with numbers, but that doesn't change the fact that Watley gonna always have and always will be a very good football team, and that's nothing to take any shots at any teams in our region. I said it once and I said it 1,000 times. No team go to practice in this heat, 95 plus degrees, sometimes 100 plus days in heat to lose a football game. We don't do it. No team does it. So every team that we face week in and week out, regardless if it's 10 weeks, 5 weeks, or 2 weeks, they're going to practice to win a football game. And that's us, and that's every other team. Nobody goes through the trials and tribulations of what we're going through to say, okay, let's go see we can lose a game by only 7 points or 14 points. That's crazy. So we don't do it. No other team is going to do it, and we're going to have to be ready to play football like every week, like every year. That doesn't change. That's not going to change. Don't tell everybody my age now. Well, this year is going to be different for the obvious, the COVID-19 situation. We're really going to have to pay close attention on what's going on, the cleanliness of the equipment, keeping social distancing as much as possible, dealing with football, the way we approach drills, try to keep the equipment washed down as much as we can in between drills. One thing I would say about the county, I can't speak on other counties because this is my county. They have given us everything we need to secure the safety of the kids. That's our county priority, is the safety of the kids. And everything we ask for, we got it. Can we guarantee a kid won't catch COVID-19? No, nobody can. But I will tell you this, us as a county and as a coaching staff, we're doing everything humanly possible to make sure our kids stay safe. I'm missing some kids that won't be participating this year because of parents want to keep them out. But I would tell you, we're doing everything as a coaching staff and as a county to make sure we keep these kids as safe as possible. We can't guarantee anything, but I can guarantee you that we're doing everything we can to make sure the safety aspect is taken before football. Yes. Well, football is the best life teacher that you can ever have. And that's always been, it will never change. It's the ultimate team sport. With basketball, you can have a great shooter and that can keep you in the game. You can have a big man that can keep you in the game. With football, you got to have 11 people doing their job. No matter if you got a great athlete that's going to sign a D1 scholarship, you got to have other 10 guys doing their job for that guy to shine. So it's a great life a lesson teacher with football. This is going to be even more of a test of their fortitude, because you don't know when your last game going to be. You don't know if you're going to play 1 game, 2 games, 5 games, or 10 games. And as a senior, you will hope to play 10 or more games, but to have that in the back of your mind, you don't have a clue when they might call the season or give you the opportunity to finish the season. It's teaching them a lesson that everything's not going to be easy. I tell them all the time, you can't expect everything to be handed to you. Some things you got to work for, and life is not fair. It wasn't fair last year when baseball players or softball players and get the opportunity to finish their season. Life is not fair. So you can't cry over spilled milk. You can watch the spilled milk on the floor, or you can get a towel or a mop and get it up. So you don't let that hold you down. You don't worry about that. You can only control what you can control, and that's what I let them know. You just make sure you do what you need to do as a player. We need to do what we need to do as a coaching staff, and we're going to play as many games as we're allowed to play. Hopefully it's the whole season. Hopefully it's past the season. But we're going to prepare like we're going to play every week up to 15 weeks, regardless if it happens or not. Like I said before, I think in the past, any coach that does not prepare to play 15 games need to get out the game. It's only so many. It's only 14 teams that can go to a state championship. It's only 7 of them that can win it. But you better have that mentality that you're going to at least practice and prepare to win a state championship, whether you win or not. If that's not your mentality, get out the game. It's been passed you by. So that's how we're going to prepare. Whether we're going to play 1 game, 2 games, 5 games, 10 or 15. We're going to prepare to win every last one of them we play. Yeah. Well, I knew this was coming. This last year and even this year coming up, we lost our Little League program for about like 5 years, our feeder system, and that hurt tremendously. And I knew this time was coming. TC has always, one thing I've always said about TC, we're always going to have enough athletes to make the playoffs. That's just always been, whether you go deep or one round or whatever. But it's been a little difficult with that, without not having a feeder program. The last 3 years, we got our feeder program back. We had 15 7th graders this past year. A lot of them not playing this year because of the situation, but that's okay. And we had 12 in the 6th grade. It's going to be 7th graders coming up. I'm not sure how many of those are going to play yet, but it's coming back. And those guys went through that feeder program for at least 2 years. So the talent level is I'm real pleased with my 8th graders. I'm real pleased with what I've seen with the Little League play out of my 6th graders. It's going to be 7th graders this year. So like I said before, Kayvon will pretty much be my only senior this year. Next year I won't have any seniors on the team. Everybody on the team next year is going to be, I have 2. I got Bobby and, yeah. So I have really 1 that played, which will be Bobby, my quarterback receiver guy. But outside of that, next year, everybody will be in the sophomore and 8th grade on the team. So I'm expecting big things in the future. One thing I'm proud about my seniors, in particular, Kayvon, being the only one, is he don't hold that as a grudge. I'm not going to sacrifice his senior year because I'm looking to the future on the talent that we might have in the future. That's not fair to him. So I'm trying to get as many kids out as we can to participate this year to make a successful year for his senior year as possible. So that's how we're going to operate. It was a tough year last year, but we can't dwell on that. Like I said, it is what it is. You know, one thing about football, I've been doing this for quite a while, and one thing I know for sure, that when I was a young pup as a coach, I thought I was a great one. But you soon realize when you get that experience that it's not them X's and O's. Everybody say it together, it's them Jimmys and Joes. So my Jimmys and Joes are a little young right now, and I think they're going to go great with my X's and O's in the next year or two. But we're going to do what we need to do this year to try to have as much success as we can this year for the senior I have. Anymore. Guess that's it.
If there are no further questions for Coach Mahan and Kayvon Moulton, that'll wrap up the first session with the Talladega County Central High School Fighting Tigers. Next up, Chillsburg High School and new head coach Johnny Johnson. We're going to take about a probably 10-minute break to do some sanitation, and if y'all need to work out
All right, here we go, big dogs.
Coach, you still got opening up with Comer on 27th, right?
Yes,
At Comer, right?
back home.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at Shaco Springs. We're in the George Ricker Activity Center. Up next, we have the Childersburg High School Tigers with first-year head coach Johnny Johnson. Representing the Tigers today, we have Lamar Duncan, Zay Youngblood, and Zay Garrett. The Tigers open the season against B.B. Comer on the road August the 27th. Fire away, media.
Some have been it's different, but it's been going really well. Like I said, the kids been buying in. I got 3 seniors here with Lamar Duncan, Zay Garrett, Zay Youngblood, my 3 leaders right now. They're doing a great job with the young guys, getting them prepared, getting them ready, helping out in the weight room, condition. But I'm counting on these 3 guys to do a lot for us this year for help with the young kids. Just grab it from there and become the head coach there. It's just a big honor, it's a blessing, to be able to do things there and show the community that we're going to put the work in and try to lead in the right way, try to get the community to buy in, the community to buy in and the kids to buy in, get the teacher on board to help us out when things we need. But, hey, we're looking for a great year. Hope everything work out so we'll be able to play and they can see the work we've been putting in. We step in, new year, new beginning, new attitude, new year, 2020, new beginning, new coach, new kids coming out, new attitude. We want to bring a new attitude to the field, new attitude in the classroom. And, every day they know I preach a new year, new beginning, new attitude, the things we want to do the right way.
Practice can be a bit difficult. But it's all working out. We're all getting bigger, stronger, faster. You can see a bunch of improvement from everybody on the field, from seniors to all the way down to the freshmen. We got leaders stepping up. We got guys learning and growing from freshmen to everybody who's been playing for 4 years. We got a lot of new guys, and they're all showing improvement. Yeah, coaches tough on us at practice. It's a long day, but it's worth it.
Just like him. I'm on the same stuff he is. Like, we got new coaches. So, when a lot of teams get new coaches, the players gotta buy in with that coach. Like, we got a new coach. For instance, Coach Carr. Like, he a good coach. Like, he gonna break it down to you. He ain't the type coach. Some coaches they get tired of repeating, telling you stuff, but he gonna keep telling you till you know it. And like we've been doing good. We've been getting better. Like he said, faster, stronger. And we've been in new spots too on the field, learning new stuff. We trying to forget everything we did last year and do better than we did last year, this year.
We just changing plays, changing offense, defense. So it was hard learning at first, but now that we're starting to get used to it, it's for the better, This new year, of course, new attitude and all that. So I feel like this is for the better, that we're working hard and changing everything. This year I got a personal goal of 2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns. And I just want to help my team get to the playoffs and do my part. So. Nah, I feel like I got faster than last year. I was just watching. I've been watching my film, figuring out what I can change to better my game, and I'm just gonna do my part to help the team and make sure that we get to where we need to be.
Well, want him to improve from last year. You know, he's been in the weight room hard, running, trying to get him faster. You know, a lot of things we do offensively going to go through him. So we got to have a big year, make sure, you know, he stay healthy so he can help out with things to do. But we got to go for him to, like you say, he went that 2,000 yard this year, 20 touchdowns. We're going to put the work in. I had to give it to him. He's been working off on his own, doing things. You know, whatever we do come through him. You know, we got him on special teams, back, receiving punts and things like that. So we're going to have a big year for him. You know, it's been a long time. You're right. Been a assistant for a long time. Just putting my ideal on the program, what I want to do. You know, and I've been around some good coaches over the years, but it put my ideal, some things I want to do, so we confidently make sure we can be able to get it done. But my thing right now with my guys, you know, to work hard. You know, give me 100% every day. Come to work every day. You do the little things. You know, they tell you I preach about the little things. When you do the little things right, success will come. You know, just like in classroom. Classroom come first. Class will always come first. Then when you go in the field, everything will come in. But the whole group we have, even the young guys, they buying in and they working hard. You know, on the field, we want to be physical. That defense want to be physical. Offense want to be physical. Special team, we want to improve on the special team from last year. We want to cut down on fumbling the football, things like that. But on the field, we're going to be fundamental sound. You know, we're going to try to do the things what we can do best. You know, but defensively, we want to play fast. We're going to hit you. So when we get through playing, you're going to know that you play true to bird tiger. Tough region. You know, you're coming out right now, and you got 3 teams in the region already ranked. You know, you got Reeltown, you got Pike County, you got Montgomery County. So the region's going to be tough. But I feel like that, you know, we can put this thing together. We got an opportunity to get in the playoff because, you know, it's always open. You know, you still got to go play. They got to go play. But we're in a region that, you know, yes, we move down, but it's still going to be a tough region to compete in. Well, you know, some of the guys that been there, they know, you know, when we played the Hannon and the Anderson, you know, people like that in Talladega, that, you know, we should have a little up because we're coming from 4A. But, you know, we're still behind a little bit from the weight room. And but it's going to help mindset that you played the 4A ball, now you're down to 3A. But you still, like, again, I keep saying you still got to go compete with everybody. But it put us in a little bit better position where we're coming from a tough region in the 4A. For us, that's a big for the community in the area. You know, it's been probably 5 or 6 years since we played them, and I was part of it. You know, I played in that. That's a big rivalry game right there. I'm glad to have it back. You know, I coached with Coach Foster, OC, when he was there. So it's going to be a big for the community, big for the kids because they know each other, and the coaches know each other. So it's going to be a fun Thursday night game.
I played them in basketball, but I ain't never played them in football. Like, I ain't never played them in middle school or, like, high school-wise. It's going to be my first time ever playing them. But I feel like we can beat them.
It's a good opportunity to compete with people that you know. We live a city over from them, so we see them at Walmart every day, everywhere we go, at Chick-fil-A or something. We're going to see guys that play for Comer, people that go to Comer, so it's a bunch of motivation for us to go out there and show what we can do, go out there and win.
Like they said, you know, we playing people that's we growing up with, you know, we've been around basically forever. So getting the opportunity to actually play them, we've been waiting for it. So.
Oh, we got a great quarterback, by the way. You got Lamar Duncan right here with us today. He battled for quarterback with Kanan Johnson. They pushing each other every day. You know, we just wait for somebody just to stand out because, you know, that's what we want. He brings a different game, you know, with his speed, and he can throw the ball well. Kanan coming from playing baseball, bringing that arm strength, but he got speed too. So it's a great battle to have for us. You know, like I said, we're going to wait till the last minute and see who win out. But them two guys are good friends. You know, they text into each other and communicate with each other real good. So, hey, we like where we at right now.
Yeah, like it be going back and forth because like some days I be having a bad day and he'll be doing better than me. Like I don't really get mad if like I'm having a bad. I get mad because I'm having a bad day, of course. But then I feel like okay, I know what I need to fix. And like when I be back there, I be trying to play like one person when I'm back there. And then everybody, of course, know Lamar Jackson. Everybody know him. Like I be trying to play like him because I want to be like him. So I watch a lot of film on him to try to watch, and I watch a lot of film on me because I ain't never played quarterback before, but I be watching and see like my mistakes or what I can do to better myself at the quarterback spot. And I be going watch a lot of film on a lot of different teams and watch what the quarterback doing and what they doing wrong or what they could have did instead of running, sitting in the pocket, waiting somebody to open or taking off when they need to take off. Like, but battling, like. I love competing, so that's just right up my alley.
I do. You know, for example, we got, you know, Zay Garrett at running back. We got a lot of skilled guys, got new guys out. You know, we got DJ Truss, about a 6'1", 6'2" receiver. You know, we got Hunter Hill, came in from Fayetteville. He about 6'2" now. He done put some weight on. We got Zay Truss. I mean, I got some skilled guys that can be really good for us, but, you know, we got to really get our O-line together, make sure we can block and do the thing we want to do. You know, everything we do, you know, O-line and D-line, it start up front. But O-line guys really been working, but we do got some pretty good skilled guys can make things happen in open space. You know, I got some new guys. You know, I got a lot of baseball guys come in. Jordan Foreman, Jordan Sander, Zane Penrod, Austin Luker. You know, got some guys. We got some young guys, some freshmen. Got 2 seniors. You know, they haven't played before. You know, they hadn't seen that battlefield yet. But, you know, weight room is helping so much with these guys. You know, when you see their bodies, they just changed, you know, trying to get them in shape. But up front, they're young, they're learning. But, you know, game situation, you're going to see what they really can do. Oh, it's been busy. I mean, it's been a mind-blowing experience right now because, you know, one of my best friends told me, you know, Coach, you know, X and O is probably gone right now. You got a lot of different things you got to do, you know, cutting the grass and getting everything prepared for practicing. And when everything happens, make sure everything clean, everything safe for the players. So I have a busy day starting in the morning, getting there and make sure everything's ready for us to get started on. Make sure all our paperwork and everything done and make sure all the coaching need what they need to get done. So it's been a different environment of being a head coach now, doing the AD job, and making sure everybody on the same level what we need to be on.
I mean, like, it ain't different for me because when I be getting water, I be social distancing myself from people anyway. Because I don't like being around everybody because some people be childish and get the pouring water on you. So I already be off to myself when we go get water. But, I mean, it's crazy. Like, when we got to sit on the sideline now, like, we all got to be 6 feet apart. Like, we practice it at practice. So, in the game, whoever on the sideline, like, we got to be apart. And now when we come out the field, we got to put our mask on. Like, that's different, though. But other than, like, going to get water in practice, I'm so used to that already.
It's definitely a lot different. We all think the precautions are very important because we don't want to get shut down like some other people that we've seen at other teams. That's the most important thing to us, keeping each other safe, keeping the program going. We don't want to sacrifice what we have going for us because it's something special. It's a one-time thing. This is our last chance to do it, so we don't want to jeopardize it. So we all take the precautions necessary, and we all make sure we all hold each other accountable.
First, it was difficult at first, but now we starting to get the idea. Like we trying to stay safe. We trying to make sure that we can keep the program going and we don't get shut down because everybody want to play, of course. So everybody just making sure they do what they got to do so that we can all stay a team.
With everything going on, does your mentality change a little bit? You go harder every day because you might.
Yeah, like Coach said though, we be working on our own. Like sometimes right after workouts or right after practice, maybe 2 hours after that, I go right back to the field. Or like Zay, Gary to come with me and we'll just go back to the field, like work on him his kitchen, work on handling the ball. Like a lot of us put in work on our own. So when we get to practice, we can throw in the work that we've been putting on our own with the work that we doing, and that'll be better for us. Cause you can't really go too many places without a mask. But if you go to the field, I mean, you out there by yourself, you ain't gotta worry about, oh, I gotta touch somebody or somebody got, the virus or whatever. But other than that, we've been putting in work on our own. Before workouts even started, I was already putting in work. Like when the virus came up, I would go to the field almost like every single day, if not once, twice a day, to try to put in work. Cause like he said, this our last year. We not trying to get shut down. And like I went to the playoffs 1 year, and that was my 9th grade year, but I ain't get to play. So I want to go this year, and I want to go for the whole team. Like I want the whole team to go. Cause there's some people on our team that ain't experienced the playoffs at all in no sport.
You would think like the mentality would change with all the stuff going on, but our players still have the same drive that we would have without it going on. We all are focused. We all are working towards the same goal. So with the precautions in place, we take them seriously, but our drive is the same. We all are working towards the same goal. We want to play well for each other. So it hasn't changed the mentality of our team.
Doing whatever we got to do. We just making sure that we, like Zay said, we making sure number one priority is staying clean, staying safe, and all that, so we can still play on Friday night. So, but the drive is still the same, like the virus never existed. So.
Say it again. Yeah. No, sir. I got some dancers, but no. Who can't dance? I can dance. I'm gonna let him handle that. He can keep doing that. Let him be a superstar. No, sir, not yet. Nobody canceled.
Oh, that's it.
We have no further questions. That wraps it up for the Childersburg Tigers. Up next, we'll have the Lincoln High School Golden Bears at noon.
All right, fellas. Thank you. Get your name tag. I want your name tag. You can take it with you. Oh, baby.
Low riders.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day in the Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. Next up, we have the Lincoln High School Golden Bears with head coach Matt Zedeker entering his 4th season. Representing the Golden Bears today, we have Brian Garrett, J.D. Davis, and Kendrick Truss. The Golden Bears are coming off back-to-back region championships in Class 4A, and they make the move up to Class 5A Region 6 this season. They'll open their campaign against Southside at home on August the 21st.
It has. Listen, we do. Introduce these guys first. To the left of me is J.D. Davis, strong safety and a B-back for us. Very excited to have him coming back. Exceptional athlete. Does a little bit of everything. Talk more on that later. Got next to me Brian Garrett. He's our starting ex-receiver. Second team All-State last year in 4A ball. Had a tremendous campaign his junior year, looking to double that up this year, his senior year. And then to the right of me on the second man is Mr. Kendrick Truss. Has been our starting Mike linebacker for the last, might as well say 2, 3, 4 years. I had him in there as a freshman. Really anchors our defense this year, gets us set, and all three of these guys are primed to have a fantastic year. As far as the summer goes, man, we're in unprecedented times. You know, we're seeing things that I don't think anybody in their lifetime's ever seen with this virus going around. And so, you know, we're approaching each day as a precious gift from the Lord. You know, we talk every day that we're not certain what tomorrow's going to bring, so we need to make sure that today we're doing everything we can possibly do to fulfill this day and make it the best day we can be. All these guys saw their buddies last year that were seniors lose their senior year seasons in the spring. And so I think collectively as a senior class, they've all decided that they got to approach every day as this may be the last day they get to put football pads on and play their high school career. So with that aspect and knowing that's kind of what we're looking at, summer workouts went well. I think getting these guys back into a somewhat of a routine, you know, being able to see their buddies and get out of quarantine a little bit, albeit it wasn't the same summer we've always had because of the rules and the stipulations we had to keep these guys safe. They were excited to get back and get to doing something they love. And so for the most part, we had a great summer, had great numbers turned out. And last week and a half, we started fall camp last week, and just great to be back out on the football field and getting to do something that we do that's normal. And that for about 2 hours out of the day, we don't have to worry about, you know, what's going on in the world right now with this virus and staying safe and whatnot.
You're fourth, Coach. Talk about what you want to talk.
Yeah, listen, seems like I was up here 3 years ago, you know, my first time. But listen, you know, you set a 3-year plan. And I felt like we accomplished, or what my goals were as a head coach, what I wanted to establish as a program in Lincoln. We're right on track for 3 years. So now we set another 3-year plan. You know, we had a rough season establishing the first year I was there. Kind of the culture we wanted to bring in and what our beliefs were. But that was a really good team that just we had to transition. Second year we dropped down to 4A. We win a region championship. Had a great group of seniors that year that kind of built a really good foundation. Last year we just took a next step, won the region championship again. Had another great group of seniors, went to the second round, got beat by a very good Andalusia football team. And so now we're in a 5A region. And so the next 3-year plan is to transition again to the next level. But to be honest with you, we knew that we were going to be a 5A program the first year I took it. We were fortunate to have a very small junior class, which got us back down in 4A. But with the numbers that we have at Lincoln in the elementary schools and middle schools, we'll be a 5A program from here on out. So this team, these guys, and our coaching staff have been building this program to be prepared to play in 5A. Right now, we're looking at 82 players we have on roster, and that's a big step from my first year where we finished with 32. So so the next step in this process is another 3-year plan. We have a taste of championships in our mouth. We've won 2 in a row in a region championship. And that's kind of been our mantra all summer, is we don't drop off just because we're 5A. Our goals stay the same. We want to win our region every year, and we want to see how deep we can go in the playoffs. And we feel we've built this thing where we don't miss a beat taking the next step up in the next classification. Listen, Javion was an unbelievable, just gifted, God-given, talented athlete. There's a lot of things Javion did that was not planned, was not a play. Coach Hill, offense coordinator, says all the time, probably our best play on 3rd and long was send everybody deep and let Javion run around and get a first down. So obviously Javion's a very talented player. He's playing at the next level. We went up to not Clinch Valley anymore. What was it? UVA Wise, used to be called Clinch Valley. So now we got a Jack Porch coming in who's been grooming to be the starting quarterback for the last 2 years. He was our backup as a freshman. Has played every JV game the last 2 years. Got in some games, got some action last year as a quarterback, and has just done an unbelievable job of transforming his body and getting ready to be the leader of our offense. Obviously, he won't have the escapability like Javion had and the creativity to be able to make people miss. But what Jack brings that may be different is he's going to be more of a pocket passer. Jack is very intelligent as far as his reads go, getting to his 2nd and 3rd receiver. A lot of our passing game has evolved this offseason for his talents of being able to read defenses. We put a lot more RPO packages in, and so man, we're excited for Jack to be the next guy at our quarterback position. I feel he's going to do really well, and it'll be a little bit different looking offense based on his abilities. Yeah, absolutely. And listen, Brian and Jack have been working together a lot in the off season. They would sneak out and go work with each other, of course, socially distanced while we were in quarantine. But they're trying to develop that chemistry as well as JD2's been working with Jack all summer. And so, it definitely helps. We have an all-state guy coming back, and I know he's got a lot of goals set for himself personally that he wants to try to reach this year as a receiver and possibly become a first team instead of second team.
First is, I just want to thank God for just being here today, but those goals are like, I want to win another region championship this year, and they want to happen because it's just a lot for real. Because I don't have my mindset some people just say I'm not ready to play at the next level, just play college football, but other people just say I'm good in basketball too as well. So it's just a lot on my plate right now. So.
Coach Mansfield, first off, Coach Mansfield was kind of a mini icon at Lincoln. He'd been there his entire career, I think 14, 15 years. Coach Mansfield was an elementary school teacher, so when I got to Lincoln and brought him over to high school, he had taught every child that was in the high school. So he had developed so many relationships with kids and families and community families, and so that's a big missing part of what Coach Mansfield brought. Obviously, his coaching abilities, out of sight. He was very much one of our main motivators as far as getting our team up, and just a knowledge and a wealth of knowledge as a defensive mind, as an offensive mind. We were extremely excited that he was able to get the Winterberg head coaching job for his first head coaching football position in his career, and I think Winterberg is going to get a guy that will not be outworked. He's one of the hardest working coaches I've ever been around. They're getting a guy that is going to absolutely kill and love his kids, his players, and he's a community guy. And so listen, Winterberg won't miss a beat. We expect them to be very competitive. Skylar and I talk often, usually 2 or 3 times a week, and so Winterboro's getting a good one. What we get coming in as Coach Chris Smith is another very knowledgeable football coach. Very good secondary guy. He's come in and really gelled with our guys well defensively. Me and him have worked together a lot as far as what my defense is and how we're going to call it. And so he's getting his feet wet as you do anytime you take a new job. He's starting to learn the kids, and he's starting to figure out, what the pieces are to go in our defense. And so we're ecstatic to have Chris. We think he's going to be a great fit for us. He is already, and he also brings other coaching aspects to the table with him. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't think it's any secret. Coach Griffin and I are he's one of my best friends. We're very close, and we've worked together for a long time. I was on his staff for over a decade, basically 12 years. I was on there for 12 years with him, and the relationship, not only professionally but personally, that we developed with each other is something that we'll carry with us throughout our lifetime. Obviously, I think I'd be silly if I had the opportunity to bring in a guy that's a former head coach, got over 100 wins, has been in this business for 27, 28 years, and had the opportunity to be able to bring him on and he accepted. We're ecstatic. He brings a wealth of football knowledge, a wealth of administrative type knowledge, every aspect you can think of in a football environment as a football coach he brings to the table. If you look at it, he's had 1,000-yard rushers every year he's been at Sylacauga as a running back. So he's going to come in. He's running our running backs. He's doing a lot with our special teams. And to be honest with you, it was just a situation that came up where he was available. I asked him. I kind of begged him, said, hey, I got this spot. He was bored. He's retired. He's done everything that Miss Laurie wanted him to do at home. And so he was like, I'm ready to coach kids. Coach is a football coach. And I tell you, he laughs at me now because he comes in, he gets to coach his running backs, and then he gets to go home while I have to wash the clothes and go to the booster club meetings and do all the administrative stuff. So as far as him being there, he's gelled, fantastically with our coaching staff, with the kids. He's a natural coach, and we're just excited. We think that just elevates an already a fantastic coaching staff to an even better coaching staff. And anytime you can get good football coaches around you that know how to coach kids, that's what we're going to try to do. So we're excited that he's there. Yeah, well, listen, anytime, I think JD had a punt return, a kickoff return, he had a pick six, a rushing touchdown, a receiving touchdown. So just about every way you can have it, JD had it last year. JD came to us last year, transferred in, and it took him a minute to kind of get caught up with how we did things other than where the school he was at. But as soon as he got caught up, he's just a tremendous athlete. We used him on both sides of the balls, a lot of times out of necessity for if there was an injury or whatnot. I know there's a couple games our starting strong safety went down with a high ankle sprain, and so he was just about exclusively defense. We got him back. We put him exclusively offense. By the end of the year, he wasn't coming off the field. So JD's worked extremely hard. He's got an offer from Sanford already this year as a strong safety. It's funny, the first time I asked him, how do you want to be recruited, he was going to be a receiver. And then Sanford offered him a defensive scholarship. Said, I'm a safety now, Coach. But, he's just doing – I'll let him talk a little bit, man. We're excited. We could put JD just about everywhere, including, we got a little package with him. If something was to happen with Jack, he'd probably be our quarterback that goes in. So just want to talk about what you got.
Yeah, my coach said whatever coach them needs me to do, I do it. I came from 1A, come to a 4A, now I'm at a 5A. It took a little time to get used to it, but I'm ready for it.
like what Coach was saying, like it took me a little time to get used to like the program and how they run things at Lincoln, and like I had to get used to stuff like that. And they told me whatever they needed me to do, I told them I'd do it, and what they did, I did it.
Yeah, so I think we counted it up today. We basically have to replace 7 starters on defense from last year. Our entire defensive line was all starters. We have 1 player coming back in Xavier McClooney, who was a role player last year and got a few reps. But other than that, that's been one of the focuses we've really put a lot of attention on this offseason. We have a lot of very good young defensive linemen that are coming back. Coach Mayfield's our defensive line coach. He does a tremendous job. I told him you had the Cadillac that last year. Now you're going to have to earn your money. You got a Stephen White that's playing at West Alabama, probably going to compete for a starting position. We had Bacon Britt in the middle and a Zion McClooney and even a Kevon Moore that came in. Those guys, we could just let them eat. And so this year you'll see our front be a lot more movement type front. We're going to get them going to the place they can get until we can get them built up a little bit stronger and playing good technique. Kendrick anchors our linebackers, but we lost 2 tremendous ones in Trey Garrett and Keyshawn. And so we got him coming back, and Zach Wren, who's a promising junior, and then we got some other young ones, Tay Elston coming in, and Trey Hines, who's going to be a beast. He's a 6'4" guy right now who's playing outside. On the backside, JD obviously is going to anchor our line. We have another senior in Quentin Cotton, who's going to play corner, but can also play safety. And then we're filling in with some younger guys at those other positions. So where our strength last year we thought was our defense, maybe the team this year that's going to take us a couple games to get us under our belt. Flip side of that is last year our offensive line was kind of our focus. It was a lot of young players on that offensive line that we had to gel early in the first couple of games. They're all back with the exception of 2. And so we feel like this year our offensive line, with a 12-game experience under their belt from a season before, that's going to kind of be our strength. We have a stable of running backs that we're going to be able to run in there. We have a pounder in a Corian Kelly. We have a senior that is primed to have a fantastic year in Latavius Wilson, where he's been injured in the last couple of years. He's worked really hard in the offseason. We have a promising sophomore in Jalen George, who's another pounder-type guy. And then you're going to hear this name, Landon Waller. He's a freshman. He's going to be something special, and he'll get some time right there. When you put this guy on the outside, you put this guy in the slot, and then we have some other very promising receivers in a Cornelius Glass, and put Cotton on the other side. We feel we're going to be very versatile offensively. I think Coach said it best the other day, when you have an offense that is good at both the passing game and the running game, you're very dangerous. Right now going in camp, I know it's early, but what we're looking at, what we're seeing, we feel we have a very balanced attack, and it'll be hard for you to key on one guy. Obviously, Brian's our all-state receiver, but if you just key on him, we're going to pound you the other way. And then he does a good job of getting open in some double coverage as well. So it's kind of flipped from last year. Obviously, we had some great athletes on offense, but I think as a whole, when you talk about an offensive team and a defensive team, our offense is going to have to carry us early until our defense can come along and gel. Yeah. Yeah, I think number one, your difference in 5A is your numbers. How many kids a 5A school and 5A football program, especially your upper echelon teams, when you can carry 70 to 80 kids, that just helps you that much more in practice and preparation. When I finished my first year in 5A, we finished with 32 kids on the roster, and we're going to play, Clay Central and Beauregard that's got 80 kids. Well, man, that's just a natural wear down during a game where you can play a two-platoon type situation with an offensive guy, a defensive guy, and when you got guys going both ways, it wears you down. I think your coaches, there's a lot of good coaching staffs that are in 5A. Not to say they're not in 4A, but maybe more staffs that have more coaches with them. And so, it's to me, 5A is one of the most competitive classifications in the state. But again, we felt like how we did 4A with our numbers, we felt we were a 5A type numbers team last year in 4A. So, we're looking forward to the challenge. Our schedule has a ton of challenges in front of us, but it's like I tell these guys all the time, they got to play us as well. We got a very talented, the schedule was Center Point. Coach Bates does a great job just reloading every year. They're already ranked in the top 10. You got an Alexandria team that's coming up to 4A. They're ranked in 5A already. We got a corner team we have to travel to that's supposed to have the best team that they've had in 20 years. And so, the best thing we can do is do what we do, control ourselves, run our offense to the best of our ability, run our defense to the best of our ability, and then let's see how the chips fall when we go there. You want to answer that, Kendrick?
Yeah, building the league legacy will always be a part of our brand because we always want to build and be better than we were the previous year. And we're still going to continue to do that, but we have a new motto. It's called Bet Brothers Everything Together because we want to be together in everything because going up to 5A, you're going to have to go through hardships and it's going to be a mental challenge, and we got to push through it all.
Shaggy graduated, and so this year we got us another soccer kid. His name's Nick Monroe. He's actually the goalkeeper for our soccer team. Got a very strong leg. He was able to go to a couple camps after the quarantine stuff kind of went down, and he's just getting better and better. Since I've been at Lincoln, we've had a tremendous kicking game. I don't think we're going to drop off hardly any with Nick coming in, and like I said, we got him for the next 2 years. Very strong leg, and as long as you can be consistent with those extra points, that's what I really care about, and then everything else is a bonus. He hits them every day in practice, and so we're excited to have Nick Monroe for the next couple of years. Yep.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up our session with the Lincoln High School Golden Bears. Up next, we have the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers.
All right.
Get Mr. Miller to sign that thing, and it'll be worth a lot of money. On Charlie. Coach, good job. Y'all go get back at it.
That's it. Yeah, we'll see y'all later. Good luck.
Good luck, Corey. I'm out. See you. Sir? Opening up Chillsburg at home, right? Coach 27. Yes, sir. Opening up with Chillsburg on the 27th at home, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right there.
What name you put it into?
We can take these down there, can we?
You know.
No.
Good gosh.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the George Ricker Activity Center at Shaco Springs. Next up, the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Fighting Tigers. Y'all not the Fighting Tigers, y'all just the Tigers.
Just Tigers.
Let's keep it that way. We have Coach Adam Fawcett entering his 3rd season at Comer. Today representing the Tigers, we have Corey Anderson and Jacob Price. The Tigers coming off a second-round playoff appearance in 2019, a 6-6 record. This year, the Tigers move down to Class 2A, will compete in Region 4. They open the season against Childersburg High School at home on August the 27th.
Yeah, so this summer has definitely been different. You know, you're looking at unprecedented times and just preparing differently and making sure that things are taken care of and the sanitizing and the wiping down and the social distancing and the mask and it puts a lot of added stress on us as coaches, on myself as athletic director to make sure that those things are done. But they are things that have to be done in order for us to proceed as normal as possible, and that's our goal. Is for you know, any high school in the situation that they're in now. The goal is to try to create as much normalcy for these kids as possible, and if that means going the extra mile with masks and sanitizing and things like that, and following the guidelines, then that's what we do. So. Things have run very well for us this summer. Numbers are good. You know, I think coming off of last season, going 6-6 and a playoff appearance and a playoff win and things like that, definitely boosts the morale. And that, I think that has a lot to do with our numbers continually staying strong. So, you know, you go 2-8 year one. If you turn around and go 2-8 year two, it's probably a lot easier to stay home in June when everybody says, hey, look, you can start working out June 8th. So it's a credit to the kids and their fire to want to get back at it and want to continue to get better. So the two guys with me are two of our top leaders on our team. Corey Anderson is a junior, and Jacob Price will be a senior for us this year. Corey plays offensive and defensive line for us. He's got a motor. Great weight room guy, gets after it in the weight room and does a good job just leading the guys and being that vocal leader and being that guy to pick them up when things are down. Jacob came, actually his first year was last year with us, and he's the type of kid that you want to be able, that you kind of want your sons to grow up to be like. Both of these guys are like that, honestly. But Jacob he's a quiet leader when he needs to be quiet. He's a vocal leader when he needs to be vocal, and does a great job for us. So these two guys, if there's something that needs to be taken care of, I put it in these two guys' hands, and they make sure that it's taken care of. So they do some of the dirty work for us and getting things done, getting points across, and you know, if you say, hey, guys, the locker room's got to be cleaned up or it's going to be bad, hey, they're going to make sure the locker room's cleaned up. If that means they get the other guys to do it, younger guys to do it, or if they have to stay and make sure it's done themselves, they get it done. Say that one more time, sorry. So anytime you look at accomplishments and you look at big picture, you know, we're sitting up here 2 years ago, and the question was, Coach, the season, they finished the season with 11, 12 players, 13 players. What are you going to do to get numbers? What are you going to do to build the program back up? So we fast forward 2 years, and now we're sitting at year 3. And to say that we kind of outkicked our coverage last year, I don't think anybody in this room sitting last year thought, hey, these guys have a chance to make the playoffs. These guys in the region that they're in, coming off of 2-8 season, it just looks tough. They're maybe they'll improve, maybe they'll win 4 games, maybe they'll win 3 games, but we built on some momentum that we had. We had another year in the weight room. We got another year stronger. We got another year as far as the terminology and the system goes, and we're able to build on that. And we exceeded beyond our thoughts by making the playoffs. And we turned the corner against Pleasant Valley in a must-win situation. And to be honest with you, after the Pleasant Valley game, Griff Hill called me and said, hey, you got a chance to make the playoffs. And it had never even crossed my mind. Like, I was still on the adrenaline of the game. And we got to looking at it, I'm like, we could finish in the 4th spot. Some stuff's got to happen for us, but we could finish in the 4th spot and make the playoffs. And that was a turning point for us. And once that happened, once we got that region win that we weren't supposed to get, we were supposed to go up there, and it was their homecoming, and we were supposed to, kind of lay down and basically get beat and go home. And that's not what happened. The kids came to play. They were very physical. It was a very physical game. We ended up winning on a 2-point conversion with like 49 seconds to go in the game. That's a huge, huge turnaround for us. So you take that momentum and you build on it in year 3. So year 3, the goal before we got out in March, we had maxed out. We were very, very strong in March. So then we lose the rest of March, April, May. So we lose 2 months. And even though we're sending out some workouts, we're sending out information, hey guys, make sure you're doing this. It's not the same as being in the weight room. So we got behind a little bit there. And then when we come back, we can't just jump back into the weight room. So we had to kind of ease back into it. But now going into August, we've had 2 months back, 2 months of just rigorous lifting and conditioning. And I think we're kind of back to where we were. So with a new region, everybody says, hey, dropping to 2A, you're going to be better off. You're in a tough region, so forth and so on. Well, you go to 2A, and Randolph County drops to 2A, who is solid every year. Lynette moves to 2A, who just won the state championship in 1A. Lafayette always has athletes and has a good turnout and has good seasons. And then you have other schools like Ranburne and Vincent, Fayetteville, Horseshoe Bend thrown in the mix. So we have a tough region ahead of us. With that being the expectation, what I tell our kids is, the past 2 years we played roughly 8 homecomings. We were 8 homecomings. That doesn't even count the 2 homecomings we've had. So you count our own homecomings. We played in 10 homecoming games in 2 seasons. That's not where we are anymore. People see what has happened, and they see that you're kind of turning the corner. They're not going to be as apt to schedule you for homecoming. So with having some success, now you create a little target on your back, so people recognize that and they see that. So it's not going to be, oh, it's just Comer, and they're not, they're going to kind of let you pass by and let you get away with making some mistakes, or they're not going to be as apt to schedule you for homecoming, and just think they're going to roll over you. They're going to prepare more for you. They're going to be more prepared and ready to play you. The Chillsburg game is, I think, going into this, it means more for the adults, more for the people that have been around. These guys they've never had the opportunity to play Comer, or they've never had the opportunity to play Chillsburg, and so they haven't played each other in football. They've played in other sports. They've seen each other in baseball and basketball and competed against each other in track. So I think it means more for the adults that are involved and the alumni and stuff like that. So, but when it comes down to it, a lot of the kids know each other. Some of them work together at different places together, and so I think that it'll be an old rivalry that's rekindled very fast. I think it'll be a quick turnabout. When the lights come on that Thursday night, it's about playing that game. It's about playing 4 quarters, and both of us are going to be coming off of very little live reps. We don't have a scrimmage or anything in place, so it's going to be. I'll be very nervous because we haven't had live reps. So, but overall, as far as the community goes, it's going to be an exciting time. It's going to be, the administrative side of things. You look at, based on how things are that week. Are we going to be able to have fans? Are we going to be at 50% capacity? Are we going to be at 100% capacity? Where are we going to be with that? Because a Thursday night game against Chillsburg, there's going to be a lot of people wanting to come to that game. There's going to be a lot of people wanting to attend and see that. So, and community-wise, this just adds to everything that's going on. So, for us last year, the support has been there. And as we started having some success, the support got better and better and better. Well, the fans started tailgating. They started doing. We had 100 fans tailgating before home games, and they were there every home game. And the fans that traveled, we had a lot of fans that traveled with us. And our fans that were at home games, they were warriors. Now they were fans because. We won 1 ball game at home last year. We were not very good at home last year. So, but they were there every Friday for our home games and supported us, and that's key. That's been important with our whole support system. Getting the alumni back involved, getting the people that were there years ago, and the ones that played and had been around. There was a gentleman come by yesterday. Graduated in 1955. Said he drove up from Alex City. Said he lived down in Alex City. He just wanted to come up and kind of look around, see the place. I was like, well, you're welcome to stand at a distance and watch practice. And he stood on the outside of the fence and watched practice and wished us well and stuff like that. But there's people like that all the time. There's people from that graduated from Comer that live in North Carolina that keep up with what's going on and keep up with us, and they'll send me messages or good luck and things like that. So the support system's been amazing, and it's only getting better as we get better. And it's they supported us at 2-8. They really supported us at 6-6. So with us improving and just building the program. It helps out a ton, and building the total program helps out. I kind of preach this a lot. It's not just about football; it's about all the sports. So when we invest in our other sports, when we invest in volleyball, and we're there to support volleyball, then those parents and those athletes turn around and they're going to support football. So it's a total group effort, and it's just a different feel. Like you can talk about team, you can talk about family, you can talk about, hey, we got a good group of guys, so forth and so on. But we really do have a very family-oriented group at Comer. We have a very family feel. I mean, Comer's the only place I've been where I've gotten a phone call from a mama that told me that 3 or 4 boys were and it was nothing major, but they were acting a fool. She said, but I got them, Coach. I got them. I took care of them. But I wanted you to know that they were acting a fool out at the park or somewhere, So everybody looks out for everybody, and it's going to be very beneficial for us as we continue going ahead.
Well, for me, when you start off at 2-8 2 years ago, and then you go to 6-6, you can see how the whole dynamic of everything changes. So how you get more fans, people inside the school start to get involved way more, and you actually feel that support. But it all starts with trust coming in between the players and the coaches. So we see that we can build that trust with the coaches. We can make that work and execute everything we need to do on the field. And so in the community, everything changes. We get way more support. We feel like we get way more love, and it's just an exciting feeling overall.
Culture has definitely changed a lot since I've been playing. Before the 1 year that I took off, that was their first, Coach Fawcett's and his crew's first year that they came. There wasn't many relationships. We weren't a tight team, and after leaving a year and then coming back, it's other than my actual family, I've never been in a group that's not my family that's so strong, and it's major change in culture and fans and everything. It's completely different.
Yeah, we have a ton coming back. So you talk about that 6-6 record. We lost 5 seniors. So 5 seniors, 3 were starters. Lost Brian Bradford, who was a second-team All-State kid, and a strong safety. Other than that, we have pretty much everybody back. Obviously, at quarterback, Devontae Carmichael is a solid athlete. He can throw the ball. He can run the ball. He can pretty much do anything. He single-handedly got us going at Fultondale last year when things weren't going well. We went to some empty sets and let him do some running and getting some tough yards, and he kind of got us going there, and then we were able to capitalize on that. One of our top receivers is his brother James Carmichael, and one of our other top receivers is DeLeon Welch, who is probably Devontae's. Him and Devontae are best friends, so they all have a good chemistry together. Up front, we've got Corey Anderson, Brandon Blankenship, Zach Carpenter, Hagan DeLee, and Drew Hallman taking care of our offensive front right now. They're gelling together pretty well, and they're interchangeable. So we may move one to guard, one to tackle. We kind of swap them out, just kind of depending on what we think the best fit is. In the backfield, offensively, Raphael Johnson's back. He's coming off of, I think, 1,200-yard rushing season. And then Chris Garrett is battling him for that job as the starting tailback. Jacob plays some F for us, some fullback for us. John Murphy plays some Y for us offensively. And then we have a few interchangeable parts at the skill position that we swap in and out. We have a kid, Lane Smedley, who is out this year. Lane is doing a good job for us, and he'll be able to insert in some skill spots at receiver and be able to give some people some breaks during the offensive session. So defensively, you're looking at a group that pretty much brings everybody back but the leading tackler. So you lose Bradford at strong safety. That's a big void to fill. 177 tackles on the season, I believe, is what he ended up with. So we've got to be able to fill that void, and we're moving a few guys around to see who our best scenario is there. So we play a lot of guys both ways. Brandon Blankenship is another kid. He's going to have to hold us down at the nose, at the shade, and play center for us. So a lot of these guys are playing both ways. But we've got some guys that we're waiting on to step up. They have it physically, they have it mentally. They just got to put it all together. If they can put it all together, they can spot play for some guys, and that's what's key. Is you're looking at depth. You look at teams that we played last year in 3A and 3A, 2A. A little bit of difference there in certain situations, but you look at like the Piedmonts of the world. Piedmont didn't play 11 guys both ways. They played about 5 guys both ways. And those 5 guys had other guys that came in to give them spells, so they were able to stay fresh longer. So we've got a few younger guys that we really need to step up, and they could help us out. We've got, we started 2 8th graders last year, Kamor Harris and Chris Wilson. Both of those kids are the expectations are high for them. Excuse me. Chris Wilson was selected to play in the Under Armour Futures game in Orlando, Florida last year, but was not allowed to play based on Alabama state rules. But he was selected to play, and this is a national game of 8th graders that he was selected to play in based on what he had done during the season. And then Kamor Harris is a big kid, big strong kid that again, the expectations are high for those two young guys to come in and continue to play and continue to get quality snaps.
Well, definitely with every team, or with me, I'm always playing the same. It doesn't matter if it's a Piedmont. It doesn't matter if it's one of the easier games that we've won in the season. I'm giving it my 100, no matter what, playing the hardest, giving everything I got. That's all I'm worried about.
Well, yeah, we see that it's all about trusting the 11 guys that's on the field, the 10 men next to me. And so we know that if I can put trust in everybody to do their job, we can start to win more of those games. See, last year I had trust in my teammates, but sometimes we just fell up short, and that was the case. But we know that as a family, we know that we trust each other, love each other, and we never let that break us apart mentally or physically. So we want to make sure that we stay together, and we can start to win more of those games.
The key with football is, I'm going to piggyback on that. You guys didn't ask the question, but I'll answer. The key with football is that you have to understand bad stuff's going to happen. Like it's, but you have, I think Coach Mahan said earlier, football is the ultimate team sport. You have to have everybody involved. You can't hide somebody. You can't hide, basketball, you may have a strong shooter that can keep you up in the games, or you may have a guy down low that can get rebounds and play down low for you to keep you in ball games. But football is the ultimate team sport, and adversity is going to hit, and that goes back to life lessons, goes back to understanding that bad stuff does happen. But to see from year one, the second game of the season, we go to Saks. I don't even think it's Labor Day yet. We get there, and it's homecoming. That was our first ever homecoming experience. Congratulations to us. But it's homecoming, and we go down early. We go down 2 scores early, and then we go down 3 scores. And you could see the kids, just the air goes out of them. We have no hope of winning. We have no, some of those guys quit. Some of those guys just they were out there, but they weren't giving effort. They weren't fighting through that. And then you go to year 2, and these guys have built up some resiliency. They've built up a little, they got a little intestinal fortitude about them. They got a little guts about them. So you look at Randolph County. You look at Walter Welborn. We're within a score of them at halftime. I mean, we're going tooth and nail with them at halftime. Walter Welborn ends up playing in the 3rd, 4th round. I can't remember how far they go. One of the best teams in the state, in my opinion, all around. One of the best quarterbacks in the state and linebackers, in my opinion, all around. And we go toe-to-toe with them for a half. And then some bad stuff happens. Then some, adversity hits. And then the depth hits. And then other stuff hits. But you didn't see a lot of quit in our guys. You didn't see them, like they're still getting after it. They're still trying. They're still hustling. They're still working hard. We're in the 2nd round of the playoffs, and we get smashed by Geraldine. They were a better team. Just plain and simple. They were a better team. They had more bullets in their gun than we did, and we got down early, and they put up a lot of points. But the kids played. They played their butts off. And that's what you look for in a coach. And that's what I'm looking for. Is I want kids that it's easy to do this when you're up. It's easy to do this when you're winning by 50. It's easy to do it. It's easy to come to workouts when you're lifting weights inside. It's not easy to go to practice at 9 o'clock this morning and then come back at 5 o'clock tonight to practice. That's not easy. So the resiliency of the kids and the toughness of the kids, that carries over to the field, and that will carry over beyond the field. You know, at some point in time, football's over. At some point in time, these two guys are going to be husbands and fathers, and that's when the real stuff starts to happen. That's when adversity really starts to hit. So if you can, you know, I told them this week, if you having to run an extra sprint is the worst thing that happens to you in life, you're gonna have a pretty good life, because there's all sorts of curveballs and adversities that come your way.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up our session with the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers. Next up, the Winterboro High School Bulldogs and new head coach, Skylar Mansfield.
Yes, sir.
Sunk down in. Yeah. Well, my hand's not doing you go. Not before my butt set it off.
You think I need to replace it? Is it bad seat for real?
It'll be all right.
You think it'll be okay?
Yeah, we can't say those. I'm just saying. You can bring those back?
Yeah, I'll bring them back to you tomorrow or Friday. Okay. Good deal. Good job, folks. Thank y'all. notice over with Vincent at home.
Would like to welcome everyone back to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day in the George Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. Next up, the Winterboro High School Bulldogs and first-year head coach Skylar Mansfield. Representing the Bulldogs today, we have Brody Ham, Darius Middlebrooks, and Jake Travis. Bulldogs compete in Class 1A, Region 5. They open their season at home against Vincent on August the 20th.
This summer has been a real challenge with the guidelines that have been put forth with the virus and everything. But we've managed. We've managed for the kids to stick to the guidelines and do everything that's asked of them. And they work hard, and I'm very excited to take over a program that was already in a great place. So the kids been working hard and super excited for our community, who's been nothing but supportive since I arrived. To my left is a quarterback, Jake Travis. He's a junior. To my right here is Brody Ham, who's going to be a running back, linebacker, and do some returning for us. And Darius Middlebrook, who's a senior, who's going to be offensive line, defensive line. One thing I can say, even me applying for a job, head coaching job, I didn't feel like I was ready. But I can say, being under Coach Zedeker really helped me because his organization and his management skills, they're phenomenal. And I learned a lot from him, being able to track everything, inventory everything, and just kind of knowing all facets of the game. Not only did we spend a lot of hours together as far as breaking down film and going places to scout and get kids recruited, but outside of all that, coaches retreat and things like that, we spend a lot of time together. And you know, my kids play with his kids, and we just have a great relationship. And you know, he's a guy that pretty much molded me into wanting to be that hard-nosed football coach. Well, you know, I always listen to wise people, and they always talk about just stay where you are, and when God ready for you to move, God will move you when He's ready. And I think I had made my mind up that, you know, I'm not going to apply for another job. I'm good with where I am. Going back to the Coach Z thing, you know, I felt comfortable in my environment. I felt like I could stay there till I retire. But you know, once I got that mindset, it was like God speaking, saying, look, it's time for you to excel. You've paid your dues. It's time for you to move up. And I was just, the opportunity was there. I felt like I had enough knowledge. I felt like I've been under some guys that have ran some pretty good programs. And I just think it was time to venture out and try to start a name for myself. Coach Holland is a really, really good guy. He comes to us from Anniston. He knows the system that he wants to run. I'm putting it all in his hands and let him run his offense. I don't feel like if we have a guy on staff to stand over him, try to micromanage, as long as the organization is there and he's doing everything that's being asked. I work pretty diligently with the quarterback as far as the fundamentals and the footwork, but that's about as far as I go as far as working with the quarterbacks. I got specific things that I want to see out of quarterback. I love the fundamentals. I like the footwork. I like for them to pay attention to the reads. I like for the quarterback to be the smartest on the field, and I want those guys to think exactly like I think. I even go back to some of the defensive backs I've coached. Not the biggest, not the most talented, but once they get the mindset to where they can outthink people and they can put themselves in the right position and in the right place, they'll be successful at what they do. And Jake is a very, very intelligent, very smart kid, and he's a tough kid. He does tremendous things in the weight room. His conditioning is just the physical ability as well as his mental capacity. You know, he's going to do wonders for our program.
Well, just even going into this summer, knowing we didn't have a head coach at first, it was kind of hard to comprehend at first. But then when we actually finally found out who our head coach was, we hit the ground running, lifting weights, doing everything that we could every day, going hard at it nonstop. We'll have the leaders teach the young kids to go hard, whatever they do, add extra weights, do extra reps, just continue grinding, and we'll see something grow out of each and every one of us.
Yeah, man. Coming in the summer, it was very scary not having a head coach at first. But like you said, when Coach Mansfield came in, he hit the ground running and he didn't look back. And I know I can't, and my teammates can't thank him enough for what he's done for us already for the short time he's already been here. But thing with the virus, I mean, it's tragic. But we take our precautions and we wear our masks. We clean our weight room up, locker room. Just gotta be safe.
I just think it's great, all the energy we've brought so far, and how we see kids working before the season starts, on and off the field, and just seeing how they improve and how they're getting better at everything they do. It's really exciting for the upcoming season. It was new, because I was preparing for it the whole summer before we started workouts, because I knew that was going to be my spot coming in. But I'm proud of myself for where I'm at now, but I'll never be satisfied. So I'm really excited because I've came a long way from a freshman, sophomore, and now a junior. So I'm really excited to see where I'm going to go. What could change this year? I think last year I could have had more opportunities and I could have showed more things that I had the abilities to do. But last year's team, let's just say, wasn't more dedicated as this year's team is going to be and has been already. And I think I'm going to change, and my teammates, we're going to change this team a lot this year.
Like you said, it's changed. Dedication is all across the board. It goes from the freshman all the way to the senior class. Everybody's all in. They're buying into Coach Mansfield. All our coaches are coming in, working. Everybody's being dedicated, and it's consistent.
It just takes for everybody to care. If one slip up, we'll just all end up falling down. And if we just have one person don't care, they'll just screw up the whole program. So as long as we have everybody that care, we can see a lot of great things going into this season.
I seen a group of kids that probably lack confidence. You know, that kids want to play and they want to look up to the head coach. Even kids want to be comfortable with their position coach. What I've seen from these kids is they're going so hard sometimes that I'm having to tell them to back off. And we've only been in shoulder pads one day, and just to see the way that these kids are working and them buying into this program, you know, it's amazing to me because, you know, I've been at Lincoln 14 years and I've seen what coaches do when they first get there. I've seen where athletes will not want to play because they felt like the vibe wasn't good with the head coach, and I've seen to where programs have been with 80 kids, and I've seen where programs with 30 kids. Right now, we're growing this program. I just ordered 4 new helmets today. Right now we're at 40 kids. I set the mark at 40 because we have 40 uniforms, and now we're having to order more gear, and now I feel like we're moving really, really fast. And one thing I tell my assistants is, guys, we got a nice car in front of us. The only thing we can't do is wreck it. And we approach every kid as a valuable commodity to our program, treat them all with respect, and they understand where we're headed. They understand what's expected. But most of them, they already had that attribute about them, to where they want to be good and where they saw a new leader, and they saw where they had the opportunity to be successful and have a great season. I think watching a lot of last year's film, lost a lot of talent. But the guys that is coming along to play, being at a small school like this and having this amount of talent is kind of unheard of, especially when you get a lot of the athletes that haven't played. I know we have Luke Miller. Luke is probably pound for pound one of the strongest kids on the team, and he never put on a shoulder pad. And man, his work ethic is phenomenal. Might be if not the fastest, maybe the second fastest kid on the team. Quarterback wise, I know last year the quarterback ran the ball a lot. I told Jake we're going to depend on him a lot to kind of manage what he does as far as offensive reads and us running the ball. We have Brody at running back and Haslin at running back. We have a two-headed monster. You can pretty much pick the pain you want to feel, because these guys are relentless in the weight room. They're super strong. They got the speed to match it. They got the mindset for it. They're tough-minded kids, and we're gonna give them the ball as much as they want it. With Darius and Eric kind of anchoring this line, our offensive line is gonna be big, and they're gonna be solid, and they are really, really athletic. Dawson Mosley, our center. I told one of our coaches today, if he don't receive an offer as a long snapper or a center, we got issues as coaches. So, and I also tell the kids they need to promote themselves by creating a social media so they can kind of start filming their reps of what they're doing in practice, start getting it out to these college coaches. Because at the end of the day, I told the kids, I don't want you to feel like you're just playing for me because I'm using you to play football. I want you to have an outlet at the end of the day to where you can promote yourself, you have an opportunity to play on the next level. And if you don't play on the next level, it won't be because you were limited to it. It's because you didn't want to. But talent-wise, I'm just excited to be a first-year head coach, with the amount of talent that we have and the schedule that we have. The good thing about this schedule is Spring Garden is gone. Spring Garden last year won the region. Donahoe was a pretty testing game, as well as Victor Christian. There are some quality teams on the schedule. I tell the kids it doesn't matter who you're playing. We just got to make sure we prepare for every team, and we study film, and we go hard every day. And in practice, we focus on the little things. We have 2 county games on our schedule, which is Talladega County Central and BB Comer. I've always been a person that, when I look at the schedule, number one thing is to win your county. Number 2 thing is win your region. Number 3 things is to make it far, if not win a state championship. So based on our schedule, I think we have the athletes and we have enough talent to achieve those goals. But it won't be an easy road. So we just got to prepare ourselves for the long haul. If we get a full season, I think we can do pretty well during the regular season and get in the playoffs and have some success.
If there are no further excuse me, if there are no further questions, that wraps up our segment. Winterboro High School Bulldogs. Next up, Mumford High School Lions. Day in the George Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. Next up, we have the Mumford High School Lions with second-year head coach Michael Easley. The Lions are represented today by Peyton Gaither, Cole Edwards, and Jay Tuck. The Mumford Lions drop down from Class 5A to 4A, where they'll compete in Region 4. They open the season on August the 21st against Talladega.
Well, with the summer, man, summer's been crazy. That's been the best way to describe it. We've had to endure a lot of new experiences. We've tried to keep everybody safe. We still were able to bring everybody in. We brought everybody in 3 days a week and really 4, counting makeup days, and we were able to get all our workouts in, so that was fine. But we had to do it differently. It took a little bit longer. We only brought 10 in a group. And so at a time we had 3 different stations that they never crossed. So we only worked out 30 at a time. So it made the days a little bit longer. I really felt bad for my assistant coaches because they were up there a lot more during the summer than they normally would be. But it was a good summer overall. The kids worked their tails off all summer long. And we tried to acclimate them the first week or so once we brought them back. But after about 2 weeks in, we really turned up the heat on them some. And they responded really well, though. We had a really good summer, and I credit to the kids because they handled. We had a lot of requirements. Even starting, I think it was June the 29th. It was the last Monday in June. I made them wear masks for the whole workout, and the only time really they got to take it off was when they were actually running. So credit to them. We had to remind them a few times, but they've been in masks since June the 29th, and they handled it really good and worked their tails off. So good summer. The 3 I brought with me. I'll start down here. Peyton Gaither started at linebacker for us last year. I think he's been a 4-year guy. I think all these guys are 4-year guys. Been playing since the 9th grade. Really physical player. Plays the game the right way. Sometimes they even have to get him to take it down a gear. But very physical player. Great kid to be around. Very coachable. Just plays the game with a kind of a nasty streak, and I love that, except for when he gets 15-yarders. But, I love the way he plays the game. Jay Tuck, the quarterback here, I kind of say, we go as he goes. And, he's our guy at quarterback, very talented player. It kind of reminds me of my guy I had in 2013, Trey Smith, who's playing with the Eagles now. Same skill set, explosive arm. Ball just really pops out of his arm. And if I wanted to, and if I wanted to run him 25 times a game, he could be a 2,000-yard rusher. He's just all-around complete quarterback for us. Going to be playing at the next level, I think, next year. Already going to be a qualifier as long as his grades stay where they are. He's going to be a qualifier, so he's going to be. I think he's going to have a big senior year. Cole Edwards, he brings it every single day. Started at right tackle for us last year. Played a lot of D-line. Going to do the same this year. Every bit of ability he has in him, we get it from him every day. Just a great kid, very high GPA kid. I think his GPA is somewhere around like 3.7, 3.8. Great, does a great job in the classroom, but he brings it every day. Just all 3 are fun to coach. Well, we want to get the playoffs. I felt like, we just kind of I take the mentality, and I want the kids to have the mentality. Let's do whatever it takes to get in the playoffs. Last year, we went 5-5, and we missed it on, basically missed the playoffs because of a 54-yard field goal. But as I told the kids it's our job to find a way to win those games, whether it was that one or whether it was one earlier. We want to take the mentality. We don't want to leave it up to somebody else. We want to do our job and do what we got to do to win a game. And so that's just kind of the mentality I want our players to always have. But, our goal is to get in the playoffs. Now, the crazy thing about this year is there's a lot of stuff that as coaches we're not going to be able to control this year. There's going to be a lot of stuff that could affect wins and losses that we have no say-so over. So the biggest thing I want out of this year, I want these guys and the rest of the seniors to get to have their senior year. The results are almost irrelevant, even though at the end of the day, that's what we go on the field for. I just want these seniors to get to have their senior season. So, and I hope they get to enjoy it. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Going down to a really competitive region from a standpoint, I think we talked about it the other day, a lot more local teams. I like it when kids get to play against kids they know, and a lot of these kids, they know a lot of these guys from other teams. We're going, we're not going to be traveling an hour and a half to play a lot of region games, which is nice. I'm excited about that. But you talk about a very, very competitive region. You start with Hanley and Coach Strain, who's won state championship, one of the best coaches in the state of Alabama. He's always going to put a good team on the field. You got Jacksonville and Anniston, who both, Jacksonville was in the state championship, Anniston was in the semifinals. They had strong seasons last year, and they bring some good players back. Cherokee County's got a really good, from what I hear, they've got a lot coming back. They're really well coached. They're going to be a tough game. And then you got Cleveland County, who there's a ton of tradition there. I know the way those guys are coached, and I know the way they were raised, and they're going to be, they're going to bring it every single game. White Plains, he's in his second year too as a coach, and he's done a really good job there. Those guys, they got a really good skill group from what I've seen, and probably one of the best skill groups they've had in a while. So, this is going to be a super competitive region. There's going to be, in my opinion, a really good football team not in the playoffs in this region at the end of the year.
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, I didn't hear him.
That he's a very disciplined coach, and he coaches us right, and he brought in a great group of other coaches, and the first year was just to learn, but this year is to really turn it on and win us a lot of games.
Yeah, like he said, for real. Because, he came kind of late, too, also. So, now we got him for, a real full season. So, we're going to install more when we have more time with him. So, I think we'll go to the playoffs this time.
Yeah, I just think it's a lot more disciplined than years past we've had. And I like how we already have the system installed for most guys. We're returning a lot of, especially from the lineman standpoint, we're returning a lot of guys. So, I like where we can just kind of know the plays already and just add whatever we needed to add from there.
Yeah. Yeah. Year two, the biggest thing I've noticed is I got a lot more gray hair in my beard compared to this time last year. Year two, they all hit on something that's important. We felt like I got hired so late last year in the spring that, and I talk to Tuck all the time because he's such a smart player. I can put a lot on him as a quarterback, and we didn't have very much in last year. There was a lot of different stuff. Even if you look back at that last year at Saks when I was OC, we had a quarterback very similar to him that could handle anything mentally. So we could do a lot of different stuff. But we just couldn't, as a team, we didn't have much in last year. And I told them early on during the summer when we really didn't do anything football related until July, but I don't think we ever picked up a football. We were getting in small groups and running through stuff and installing stuff, but they retained so much from the year before. Our linemen are light years ahead of where they were this time last year, just from a mental standpoint. Skill-wise, we're really good shape. There was a lot of stuff that I thought I would have to go back and reteach for days that we were picking up, after one or two reps that we were really pleased with how much they've retained from last year to this year. And, it's like Tuck said, we just were able to do a little bit more. And I think that's the big thing, just the comfort level. Because at the end of the day, you want your kids playing without thinking. You want them just reacting to stuff and playing. If they're having to think, they're going to slow down. So that's probably the biggest takeaway from going into year two.
How? Let me see. How can I take it to another level? Just play with more intensity than I did last year. Not be hesitant, Just play, be more of a leader. But playoffs, that's number one. We got it. We got to make it there.
And I'll add to that with him. The biggest thing for him is he's got to trust his ability because he has a lot of it. he's just got to trust his ability and play his game. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing with him is trust what you're doing and know what you're doing. And sometimes you're going to screw up. That's part of being a quarterback. Let's live with it. We'll move on. We'll fix it, and we'll get back out there.
Yes, sir. I got more faith in them now than I did. Like, I feel like they done got better too, like way better. So I feel like I have more options, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, we got two receivers that started last year, T.D. Parker, Rashard Russell. They had good years last year for us, but they've made really big jumps in the weight room. They're a lot more explosive, on the field, and I think that's going to be a big thing for him. He has a lot of options. Now, he had some good options last year. Flint was a really good receiver, and he had T.D. and Rashard there, but they were still just being younger, in age and a little less physical. They still had their limitations. But I mean, a year older. I was talking to TD's dad last night. The same jersey he wore last year won't even fit on him, and I think it took like 3 guys to put it on with no shoulder pads. So and I told him, I said, hey man, that's a good thing. That means he's gotten bigger. But yeah, we got some good receivers coming. That's got experience coming back. The good thing about him, I feel like I can throw the ball at any time with him back there. And I feel like he can throw it to anybody we put out there. And even our running backs, Corbin Smith and Sylvester Smith, both, they can catch the ball. They can play in space. They can play behind him. They're extremely versatile guys. And I think just the versatility that we have with all our skilled guys, to me, is the biggest difference in last year to this year. There's not guys that we don't have to put them in one spot and play them in that one spot. I can really move them around a lot. And that's something me and my OC, Coach Snyder, has talked about. We've got to get these guys where they need to be to get the ball to them, whether it's in space or whether, however we do it. We have to, we got to get these guys the ball and let their talent take over. Yeah, we hope there's big gates. That's what we're pushing for. We need the money. Yeah, the schedule just in general, you got the longest drive for us is probably going to be to Cherokee County, and still that's what I would consider a semi-local game. But a lot of local games that I think will draw interest outside of Talladega County. That we're excited about that, but just looking through your schedule, I mean, it's tough. And even the thing I think I'm really excited about is some of our non-region games. We've got Talladega and Lincoln. We've got the in-county rivals there, but we were able to add one that was close to us, Ohatchee, and they've had a ton of success in the recent years, and that's going to be a really good game. I hope a really big gate for both of us both years. But that's an exciting game because they've had a ton of success at their level. And, and the other one is Fultondale. Fultondale has been really good, really, the last 10 years. And I was excited to add that game because that's a playoff team just about every year. So I was excited to add them to it, even though that's a little farther drive. I like playing good teams, and I think the kids will enjoy it too. And I think there'll be interest outside our county in a lot of the games we play this year, just from the matchups we have. Yeah, we do. We, up front, we're going to lean on some guys a little bit more on the D-line. Terrence Reynolds is back for us, and he's a guy that can play all 3 spots for us, either in spot or the nose spot. Incredibly strong. He squatted 525 in March when we did our last. We maxed out after we finished a cycle on March the 2nd, and he hit 525, and I stopped him from going up any more weight. Really strong individual. A couple other guys that we're going to lean on a little bit more this year. Landry Bradford, he's moving down from linebacker to D-line, and he has made big jumps in the weight room. I think he's going to have a good year for us. We've got a ton of guys that played last year on the D-line. Kyler Gibson and Cole Edwards. Ton of guys that got reps on the D-line last year that rotated in. That's going to have to continue to give us reps there. This is going to be a year where depth is critical, and you can't go out there and play a kid 60 snaps on offense and turn around and play him 60 snaps on defense. They've sat out for 3 months, and they're not physically going to be ready to do that. So we've told our guys we're going to try to play as many guys as we can, especially early in the year. We want to play as many as we can just to get game experience, but also to cut down the reps on some guys, some starters at some positions. So we have a lot of guys on the D-line. We're going to rotate at linebacker. Peyton comes back. Jace Harris is another guy that's very versatile. Going to be a good linebacker for us. We moved Kadario Holland in from outside linebacker into inside linebacker. He's a very smart player. He has a really good feel for our defense and who's supposed to be where and our checks and that kind of stuff. So excited about getting him inside. And there's not a ton of difference outside and inside for us, but as far as getting people lined up right, he's going to be able to do that. On the back end, we lost both our corners, but on the back end, we got a couple guys at corner that really we got about 4 guys we can play at corner and not lose anything rotating in. At safety, Sylvester Smith's back. He had a really good night. He was a freshman last year and started the last 7 games. Had a really good year. I think he's going to have another good year this year. He's a guy that I think, as long as he continues to work and keeps his grades up, he's going to be a guy that's going to have a future beyond high school playing football. And but we're excited. I'm excited about our secondary, and I'm actually back to coaching our secondary this year, which I did that every year I was an assistant, and so I'm excited about that. But we got more depth there than we did last year, and I feel good about our linebackers and D-line. You're going to see a lot of different guys play.
If there are no further questions, that wraps up our session with the Mumford High School Lions. Next up, Coach John Limbaugh and the Fayetteville High School Wolves.
Okay.
That's it.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day in the George Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. Next up, the Fayetteville High School Wolves with Coach John Limbaugh. Coach Limbaugh enters his 9th season at the helm of the Wolves program, and today we have representing the Fayetteville Wolves Pacey DeLoach, Brady Ritchie, and Blake Ritchie. The Wolves will open their season on August the 21st at Woodland, and they will compete in Class 2A Region 4.
Well, you know, the summer's been, you know, different to say the least. We've never been through what we've been going through, but, you know, the thing about being a football player is we had a lot of kids in there and working, getting better, but the thing about being a football player is you take adversity, turn it into excellence. Our kids are going to learn to do that. COVID, I think, can be the catalyst for our kids, you know, turning that corner and beating a team like Laverne, who we faced the playoffs last year, and being better than 6-5. You know, through adversity, you rise to the occasion many times. You have, you know, changes during the football game. You know, you change the possession, big plays, things like that happen. Well, this happened to us. Now what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to be better because of it. I really do. And what was your other question? I couldn't hear you. Great guys, Pacey Loach, our quarterback. Blake is going to be our guy over our line. He's going to be our leader there. And here's the leader of our running backs down here, Brady Ritchie. These two Ritchie brothers, these three guys are all going to wear the C. You see Brady has it on his jersey. I've got to find somebody that can sew and get it on these jerseys here. I can't do that. But these are our captains. These guys are guys that I'm really proud of. But these guys do the right things all the time, on and off the field. These are the guys that will bring other guys along to do the right things. And, you know, if they do something wrong, I haven't seen it yet. And they do the right things. That's why they're going to be wearing the C. I love these guys, and they're leaders of our team. We're going to win football games. We're going to become better people. We're going to be that person that our God, our families, and our administration, our coaches would have us to be. All this year, all this summer, we've been preaching, we, not me. And we believe in that. It's on the back of our T-shirts, we, not me. It's about this whole team, and this team becoming the very best team it can. You know, something I said before, you know, we're not going to make, you know, predictions, but we're going to plan for everything. You know, we're going to plan for the playoffs. With this COVID year, you know, I'm going to do senior night early this year. Our first home game is going to be senior night, just to make sure we get that in. We're going to plan and purposefully and carefully, but we're going to become all that we can become as individuals, as a team, as a school. I believe in the Fayetteville family. I love our guys. I love our school. I'm very thankful for our administration. You know, our principal, Amy Smith, does a great job, gives us what we need to accomplish great things. You know, our superintendent, Dr. Suzanne Lacey, has taken the lead in COVID, making sure our kids are safe, that we're all doing the right things, buying us the equipment we need to keep everyone healthy and safe and away from this that's hit us, this pandemic. So I'm excited, very excited about this year. I'm excited, you know, hey, you know, looks like God's going to let us play football this year. I'm pumped about that. These kids are excited about it. I know when they drove up, and they drove around that lake, they saw them big slides. I know what they wanted to do with them, but that's the way I feel about football. I'm on the big slide, baby. I'm ready to go. It's going to be fun, you know. I mean, you've heard it said before that, you know, your dog's best friend is your ex-girlfriend, right? You ever heard that? Well, bad things happen to good people all the time. COVID can be a bad thing or a catalyst for a good thing. We're going to turn it into a good thing. Yes, it's been difficult. You know, they didn't give me a manual for COVID when I became a coach, and it's the first time we have faced anything like this. But, you know, in the weight room, our kids are really good about wearing their mask all the time. They do that. And outside, things are a little different. I had to remind myself get them apart. But we're all learning. We're growing. We're getting better at it. We are going to be social distancing as a football program, as a teacher at our school, as a school. We're doing what we need to do, and we're learning how to do it better, I think, every day. Quicker play offensively, just flying into the football defensively, and making sure we're where we're supposed to be. And I've got the best defensive coordinator in the county, maybe in the state. I love Coach Reed. He's like a brother to me, and he does a great job. I'm turning the defense totally over to him. And I'm looking for great things out of our defense. Offensively, we got another Deloach, hey. And I got another one at receiver. This is his brother, Zeke. And we're excited about that. But with people leading like Blake on the line of scrimmage, I mean, this is a pulling guard that's going to knock you out of the way. He does a great job. And with Brady, people like Brady running the ball and Luke White, we've got some good players, but I got a stable of backs. And we're going to be just fine. But I want them to have quicker play, moving the ball where we need to have it moved, bounce, bang, and where our running backs need to do, So if they need to bounce one, that's fine. If they need to hit that hole hard, that's fine. If they need to bend it back, that's fine. We're going to teach our running backs how we're not going to run a bad play. Coach may call a bad play, but we're not going to run a bad play. We're going to turn it into something good. And that's what I want to see, more RPO stuff. And we're going to have a good time. I want it to be exciting for our kids. One thing Pacey has is intelligence. Now, he's athletic, and I'm very excited to have him. I kid around about having another Deloach, but the Deloaches from our community can all play sports. They're quite amazing. But what I want to see out of him is intelligence, being able to read, see what's before him, and take advantage of what's out there offensively. Take advantage of green grass. Take advantage of what's there. Go get it. Don't be so afraid to make a mistake. I'm going to give him that freedom to go get it. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. SEC West. It's a tough region, but I'm excited to have Comer in our region, and to bring them along, and got Randolph County come in. That's good stuff. We got rid of Reeltown. I'd like to say bye-bye to them. That's good. That's a good deal. But we still got Lynette, Lafayette. We still got some tough teams. But we're going to hit this thing hard. Every game is important to us. It doesn't matter. The most important game on my mind right now, I know it's fun to talk about, the region, but what's on my mind right now is Woodland, and giving Woodland everything there is to give them, okay? And then we're going to grab that game hard. Another big game for us is beat the Christian. That's Bruce Brilliant is my old head coach, and I love Coach Brilliant to death, and to play him is always an honor. And then we brought Childersburg in as our last game of the season. I love Johnny Johnson. He's a great choice for that job. He's going to do a great job there. And it's going to be a tough game for us. We want to keep things close to home. And our kids are excited about playing Childersburg. So, non-region, exciting. And within region, we got to go after it. We got to get it. Every game's important. We're going to take it one game at a time, not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to be okay. Well, the first thing I give glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, that I'm just fine. Now, my wife might answer that differently, saying I'm just fine. But a little bit of forgetfulness, but maybe that comes with age. I don't know. But I feel like I'm 100%, and to be able to come back from that, I hope taught our teams that we can come back from anything. Anything can happen to us, we can come back from that. And one thing I learned, I call it cow theology. But don't miss a day. Don't miss the opportunity to lift up Christ and to make a difference in the life of another human being. That's what this thing's about. I'm 54 years old. Coaching is a passion that I have, but it's all about the cross. That's what it's all about. And if I can teach these kids that along the way, then whether we go 15-0 or 0-15, then we've done a good job as teaching these kids about Christ and let them be the men that they can be. But that's what I was taught Don't lose a moment. Don't lose a second. Make a difference. Well, it's fantastic. I spent 6 years of my life coaching there and building a coaching foundation, and I coach with on the same staff as Coach Johnson. But hey, Childersburg's home. I live, 3 miles down the road from Childersburg High School. I used to, when I was in better shape, jog from my house around the high school, and it's just home to me. I taught in the classroom there. I taught on that field and coached baseball there. Won a state championship in baseball there. And, that's home to me. To go there and to beat those guys, that would be huge for our program.
Well, I've played baseball there my whole life, so those are all my buddies and stuff, but when it's on the football field, it's a whole different story. We're going to go out there, we're going to go 110% every play, and we're just going to give it all we got.
And then my thing is in order to be the best team that we can possibly be, we have to play some of the best competition out there. And I feel that on our schedule, Childersburg's going to be a challenge. And I feel that as a team and as players, we can overcome that challenge. And I'm just excited to see where that takes us.
I'm excited to play Childersburg. I know it's some real competition. And, sometimes last year when we were playing games, we were winning games and we were putting everything we got in there, but we got cocky. So at least knowing that we've got some competition on our schedule keeps our heads up, keeps us working hard, and make sure that we always get everything right to win those big games and make a difference in our football team and the morale around Fayetteville football. Not cocky like when you start winning games and you got a winning record, your head gets in a different. You're not looking at teams like you need to work hard. You're looking at teams like we need to just go play Fayetteville football and not work every play 110%. We saw some of our players giving up halfway through the game. We can't do that anymore. So we just gotta we know that we have to work harder. We got to be better, and we got to make sure every team is our competition. Everything that we do, we have to reflect on the field as it's the best team we've ever played, and we've got to play better than them. I'd like to replace that word with comfortable. I'd like to say we were satisfied with what we were doing, and sometimes that would come around and bite us in the butt, and then the other team would score, 2 or 3 touchdowns, and we'd be in a top position. Then we would know we'd have to work hard. But if we don't get comfortable this year and know we got to work hard every play until the last quarter, then there we go. We'll be A-okay.
Wraps it up with the Fayetteville High School Wolves. Next up, Coach Shannon Felder and the Talladega High School Tigers.
I heard it.
We'd like to welcome everyone back to the 9th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at the George Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. Next up, Coach Shannon Felder and the Talladega High School Tigers. The Tigers are coming off their first playoff victory in school history last year as they won a playoff game for the first time. Representing the Tigers, we have, of course, Coach Shannon Felder in his second season, Nigel Scales, Michael McGregor, and Isaiah Cunningham. The Tigers will open their season at Mumford on August the 21st.
As far as the summer is concerned, the kids have been working hard this summer. It's definitely been a trying time for the kids, but the kids that we have out with us have really dedicated themselves to preparing for this season, and I'm happy that we're going to have an opportunity to play football. Well, I brought Isaiah with me. Isaiah is the starting receiver for us. Nigel is our starting quarterback, and Mike is a starting receiver for us. And Nigel and Mike also start on defense as well. No, we just want to come out and play better ball this year than we did last year. We've got, like I said, we've got a lot of kids that have worked hard all summer long. We've got some kids on the team that, last year, the goal for us was to make the playoffs and, to try to win the game in the playoffs. And this year, our goal is to, to reach for the stars and see where we can go. And we've worked hard, we've prepared hard, and we have high expectations. Well, I wasn't jumping for joy, but, it is what it is. When we found out we were going to be playing 5A football, we just realized that, we got to continue to step up and move forward and accept the challenge that we've been given. And I think that our players have prepared themselves to compete at that, at the 5A level. Well, there's, because of the virus, there's some guys that we had coming back that are, for various reasons, are not going to be on the team. We respect the parents' decision. We haven't tried to convince any player. This year's team, we probably have about 7 or 8 people coming back from that team, and then a lot of other guys are new faces. So it's a big challenge for us.
First and foremost, I want to accomplish the team goals that we need to accomplish. As far as winning the first game, we got to take it one game at a time as that. But as far as long-term goes, I just really want us to have a better season than last year. We want to do better than last year. We want to build off what we had last year. Last year we had an all right season, but we want to build off of that, off the first win, the first playoff win in school history. We want to build off of that, make it the fourth win. Keep on going. Instead of the first win, make it the second win, the third win, the fourth win, maybe even the fifth win, win the championship. But other than that, we just want to take it one game at a time. Yes, sir. Definitely playing with a chip on my shoulder this year. I've been working harder than I ever have before, Going to that camp, it really showed me where I need to be. And to me, I need to be somewhere that I'm not, but I'm going to be there. I feel like I was the best at that camp, and I need to show that I am the best. I'm one of the best in the nation to me. One of the best in the state, and I'm going to show that this year.
Well, I think the thing that I like about Nigel is Nigel's not scared of competition, you know, and I love the fact that he has confidence in himself and his abilities. When you go to the camp, you know, from what I've heard, you know, Nigel was performed at a very high level at the camp, and he's just starting to get noticed. And so, you know, Nigel, Mike, and we had a couple other guys go to the camp, but you know, our kids want a scholarship. You know, our kids want to go to college and further their education and play a little bit further in football. You know, and that's the type of mentality you have to have. If you want to do that, you got to believe in yourself, and then you got to put the work in. And I think, you know, our kids are doing that. He did. I think Mike is, you know, Mike has done himself some justice last year with the success he had. You know, Mike's on a lot of people's radar this year. But, you know, he's not satisfied. He's going to continue to work hard and continue to get better and improve. And, you know, Mike, like Nigel, has a lot of confidence in himself and his ability as well. So, you know, I'm looking for big things for our team and for those guys as well.
Coach Felder said, I'm not happy. I'm happy with it, but I feel like I can do more. I feel like I had a good season last year. I want to do better this year, improve more, get better, help more with the team, be more vocal as a leader, take on more roles that I need to do for the team, help us succeed on down the road. I mean, it really surprised me to show that I did that good last year, but now that I can see how far I got, I see I can go more. Team-wise, us getting to the second round, that was a big accomplishment. Going into the first playoff game, we knew what we had to do to get there. We got there. We knew what we had to do to get out. We played together as a team. Everything was great. We was on one accord all together the whole game.
You know, expand on what Mike said. You know, last year the team had a lot of potential, and you know, in some games we played well, and other games we didn't play as well as we were capable of playing. So there was a lot of inconsistency. You know, when we played the game against Montevallo, you know, I felt like the guys felt they had something to prove, and you could tell in the way that they practiced that week, the way that they were focused going to the game. We had some things that occurred that could have been distractions, but we didn't allow it to be distractions. And, you know, and we played well like I expected us to because we practiced well. And I think this year's team is more focused than we were last year. I think this year's team is more determined than we were last year. And so, you know, I feel as a team we have a better sense of direction as far as what we want to do and where we want to go and what it takes to get to that level. And so I'm happy with what we've done at this point, but, you know, we still got a long ways to go to be ready for that first game. Well, I mean, focus is a part of it. I won't say it's the biggest thing. You know, I mean, you know, I want guys on our team to be ambitious. You know, we need team goals, but I want them to have individual goals as well. You know, we've got guys on our team that I know are working hard and are determined to be noticed and to try to get a scholarship. You know, and I've told our guys all along, you know, there's more coaches watching teams when they're in the playoffs than in the regular season. And so, you know, that's our goal. Our goal is to get to the playoffs and win games and give guys opportunities to get scholarships. From who now? That's Isaiah. Yeah, he's got John's name. John didn't make it today. John had to go to the doctor. But I brought Isaiah with me. And I want to say this about Isaiah. Isaiah is a player that played on the team for us last year. He worked hard last year. He wasn't satisfied with his playing time, and I don't have a problem with a guy not being happy with his playing time. But it's up to that guy to earn that playing time, to stay positive about it. And I think this year, Isaiah is more determined than ever to make himself, a bona fide player for us, a bona fide contributor for us. He's worked hard all summer long, and I think he won an award today as I think for one of the hardest workers and most improved for us this summer. So I'm excited for Isaiah. I'm excited for our team and what he's going to bring to the team this year. Not really. I mean, we've got work to do. We'll find a way to get it done. That's always my mentality. Don't look for excuses. I want results. That's what I tell the guys, and that's what I try to bring to the table every day as well. I mean, the playing field is even. Everybody's had to deal with the same circumstances that we've had to deal with. It hadn't stopped us from trying to work hard and get done what we want to get done. Hadn't taken away from our focus. So, I think overall, it's been a distraction, but we've been able to fight through it and stay focused on what we want to try to do. I do want to say this. I do want somebody to ask Isaiah a question. I didn't bring it with him for him to just watch as I mean, he at least need to be able to say something.
I'm looking forward to helping the team more and being a good player on and off the field.
It up for the Talladega High School Tigers. Next up, the Sylacauga High School Aggies.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Coach. Thanks, guys. Good luck. y'all.
I'm sorry about
Let's
that.
see. Leeds on the 21st?
Yes, sir.
That's still it, okay. Everybody good?
We're good.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 9th annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here in the George Ricker Activity Center at Shaco Springs. Next up, the Sylacauga High School Aggies with first-year head coach Andrew Zhao. The Aggies compete in Class 5A Region 4, coming off an 8-3 campaign in 2019. Representing the Aggies, we have Christian Twyman, Tank Wright, and Dontavius Ware. The Aggies open the season against Leeds on August the 21st.
They're committed to what we're trying to do. I think the overall team and the leadership has been great. Us putting them through whatever we decide, they're willing to do whatever we ask them to do, and that's the biggest thing. Being a new coach in the system and not really getting a chance to know them in the spring, but over the summer we've really gotten a chance to know each other. They know what we're looking for, and my hat goes to them for buying into what we're selling and just going all out. I can't say enough about what they've done so far this summer to get prepared for the season. Yeah, it's different for sure. Just some small things. I think over the years I've always gone 3 in June, 4 in July. We started with the same way, and then we backed off in July. We were going to go 4 in July, but we sort of decided to back off, go back to 3. I think that helped our guys a little bit from really pushing them. I mean, we really pushed them in June and early July, but our guys have responded the last few weeks, and I think it's something they're used to as well. So we decided to go 3. But man, it's a different vibe right now as far as what we're having to go through. It's been tough with the restrictions that we do have, and coaching has changed a little bit of how we coach and how many times during the day that you tell kids to separate. Hey, separate, get away from him. The last few days, a few practices we brought, everyone's issued a chair for their locker, so we brought them out. And the guys we've spread out all over the field from one end to the other, sophomores and freshmen on one side, juniors and seniors on the other. So it's been things like that logistically, trying to maneuver and still coach football and do the things you love to do, but be a little bit more careful because of the situation we're in right now. I think we're good. I think our guys have really picked up, and I was sort of asking that question as we came over. These guys have really bought into what we're selling. We got some things that they may not have done in the past, but I think they're excited about it, and I think that they've really bought in to getting some guys the ball, either whether it be from a receiver standpoint, running back standpoint, and defensively it's going to be a little different as well, but they've really done a great job. I've been really surprised for us only to have really weeks of putting it in, but there's a systematic way that we've done it. We've put things in and really harped on it. I think we ran inside and outside zone, and guys were like, man, this is all we're going to run. So for them to learn it, I think it has to be something similar to that. We really got to beat it into them because, like I said, we only have a few days or a few weeks left. And we only had 2 months to really get our systems in.
I feel like I have a big impact on it. We have a 50-50 throwing the ball and passing the ball, so opening up the playbook more with embracing. Just got to stay in condition.
Yeah, I've always been a guy who I've ran the ball before. It's all about your talent and what you have. I think you have to be as balanced as possible, but you have to really, if you have those guys to do it, then you do it. But we're going to try to be as balanced as we can. It's tough when you don't have that passer, or you don't have that receiving core, or you don't have that offensive line that can protect the guy. We still have a good back that we're proud of, and he's still going to run the ball. So we're still going to run the ball. It's not like I'm coming in here and it's air raid and we're throwing the ball all over the place. That's not the case. We have some good linemen up front, and I've challenged them in some ways of rushing the ball this year. And I'm still looking for us to be a team that can be balanced. But definitely we're going to still run the ball. And I think if we can be 50-50, that would be great. But at the same time, if we have to be 70-30 run, I'm okay with that as well, as long as we can keep people off of our neck a little bit, and they not crowd the box. But so I'm looking forward to it, and I think these guys are too. But offensively, we're going to be a team that's going to try to be as balanced as possible, but get other guys the ball if we can. He's willing to put in the work. I get phone calls all the time or messages from him about, Coach, can we go to the field? And I don't think he understands that I also have to go into the building and do some work, or I may have meetings. But he is definitely wanting to put in the work to get it done, and hopefully he will. We still got some guys we're still training up to be quarterbacks, but he is really taking the bull by the horns, I guess. And really committed himself to being a good quarterback and a good teammate. The biggest thing that he has to do, being new to the program as well, is he has to earn the trust of the team, not only on the offensive side of the ball, but defensively as well. But his wantingness to get better has been very refreshing, and I look forward to working with him, and I can see the strides he's making in the offense, and I see how he's really doing well with his teammates. So. He gets along with everyone so far that I know. A lot of times you're the new kid on the block and you're the quarterback. You're the guy that everyone wants to see when you're going to mess up. So, but he's done a great job so far with the coaches and the players. Sorry, say that one more time. They're causing a lot of confusion. Going against them is tough. I think Coach Jackson's done a pretty good job of come up with a way to for what we have from an athletic standpoint or body standpoint of who we have on our defense coming back. He's come up with a system that's going to help us hopefully and get a lot of guys on the field still. But defensively, I mean, he has a great staff on his side as well. He's been here a year or two. Coach Crawford's been here for decades, and Wagstaff, he's been around a bit. He played at Alabama, and so did Antonio Langham. So that side of the ball, with Langham, his trash talking, I mean, we're going to have to come up with something every day. But he defensively, I see us really, really being good. We got some guys that we've moved around, and some guys are going to have to play both ways. These guys are going to have to play both ways during the game. But I think they're willing to do the same thing, and hopefully we'll be in shape enough to get it done. But defensively, I think we made some strides over the summer, and hopefully we'll just get better and better. Here, green light's on. For sure, and I mentioned to these guys coming down, the offensive line. I've been really impressed with guys like Tank and Chris. I mean, they've done. I'm sorry, James, or you prefer Tank? But I've been really impressed with the offensive line.
they're athletic. They run. We go as they go, whether it be in the passing game or the run game. So I celebrate these guys as much in our meetings because of what Coach Steers has done over the years with them, and what we're looking at doing this year with those guys. They're athletic. They run well. They're willing to do whatever we ask them to do, whether it be scheme, conditioning. I mean, I just hadn't been around an offensive line that prepares and runs and do the things they've done in years. So I'm very impressed and very excited to see what these guys can do once the season starts. And like I said, I've already challenged them in a way that I'm looking forward, to them meeting that challenge.
It's been difficult, having to deal with COVID and everything, trying to keep spaced out. But I feel like we've still been able to get a certain amount of work done in the short amount of time we've had. And I feel like we still have ways to go, but I feel like we've covered enough ground that we should be solid by week 1.
Like he said, it's been difficult about the COVID, but we have been having fun with it, and putting in a lot of work too.
It's been difficult, but I mean, the younger guys, they look up to us, and they've been learning quick, just like we have. Like he said, everybody's new, so we just got to keep working. But we're gonna be good. Oh, the first day I met him, I knew we was going to have something special because I had the first workouts. I came, he called me Clemson. And I was like, all right, so we're going to have fun this year. So, I mean, we text all the time. He sent me DV drills and all that. We just talk about how each other's days going. So we have a close relationship. I mean, I listen to him. Like, anything he tells me, that's what I go by.
And when I was coaching at Calera, I coached against Coach Griff and Sylacauga a few years ago, and I knew then of the pride that the community had, the commitment from the athletes and the coaches on the staff. I grew up in a small town similar to it, probably a little bit smaller than Sylacauga, and the pride within the community is they're willing to help, willing to do what they need to do to make sure not only athletics but academically and for the schools. I think it's a commitment and a culture that breeds success, whether on or off the field. So I've been very impressed with the commitment from everyone, from admin, from the community. I think they've all bought into athletics. They all bought into the kids. And regardless of where I go, I always feel like if we're going to do it right, we do right by the kids. And I see that within the community. I think the principals have done a great job. Admin at the board has done a great job by committing to the kids, and we put them first regardless of what we do. I think we're on the right track, and I think that's what I've been impressed with in the community. And once again, they love football. I know they love football, and I'm from a small town that love football as well, and I'm just hoping to sort of get that same feel that I had as a kid growing up and winning championships. I can remember winning championships and going to Daytona, and the community was empty. So hopefully we can get to that day one day, but as of right now, I'm very impressed with how they're committed to athletics and their kids. Man, of course we don't know much about Brayson, but I'll say he's really stood out a little bit to me. Luke Vincent has done the same thing at 6'4". At wide receiver, he can be a threat for us. So I'm looking forward to great things from him. Jeremiah Varner, I think he can be a guy on the offensive side that can help us. And also man, we got a few other guys that hadn't been playing a whole lot. So I'm looking forward to Hodges making a contribution on both sides of the ball as well. Luke Thompson, I'm looking for those guys to really step in and really help our offense and defense side of the ball. From an offensive standpoint, I would definitely say that Luke and Varner and Bracey can help us out. But I go back to our offensive line. Those guys up front are the guys that can really be an impact on me versus everyone else knowing what they do. I see those guys every day and see how they've improved, and so that offensive line is what I'm looking at this year. For sure. When I was a quarterback at Alabama, I had a guy named Sean Alexander that was a running back for me. And anytime I got in trouble, it was like, get the ball to Sean. I can remember not even going through reads, and I just had to get the ball to Sean. Whatever it was, it's a bad read, but get the ball to Sean. When we get in situations where we know it may not look as good, I think Pope will be the guy who can really bail us out at times. But to have an athlete like that, and then once again surrounded by a group of linemen who want him to do well, I think it's going to be refreshing to see that commitment from the line and him to put the team on their back and carry us at times. I know as a quarterback myself that sometimes some nights just may not be your night. So you got to go back to your bread and butter. Like I said before, we're going to run the ball. Because we have backs that can do it. So I'm looking forward to Malik and the other guys to really step up when we need them, but definitely be the heartbeat of our team will be that core group of guys, that linemen and the running backs. Yeah, we have Camden Faircloth back. He is definitely going to be a weapon for us. There are things that we're going to do with him that he will be comfortable doing. And I think within our coaching staff and the group of guys that we have coaching the special teams this year, we're still looking to be a threat at any time. So I think Faircloth is going to be one of those guys who can surprise you with some things he's going to be able to do with the ball, whether it be on kickoff, whether it be in punt, whether it be on field goal. I think he's going to surprise us. We're going to give him chance to score points for us if it comes down to it. As a coach, you always, you get on fourth down or third down, and you never want to kick. But, hey, it's better to kick sometimes than not. So I'm looking forward to him being a weapon as well. We want everyone, every part of the game, whether it be offense, defense, or the kicking game, special teams, want it to be a factor because it is. And our kicking game has to be just as important. And in our return game as well, we're going to be using guys like Pope, guys like Ware, that can really change the dynamics of a game. And I'm not worried about special teams right now. I think that we're still going to be fine. And I know we lost a big one from last year. He and I've also worked together as well in the offseason. But and I'm just watching his leg. He's powerful. But I think we're going to be fine with Faircloth. Yeah, the simple questions like they're all important, but that first game out the gate is going to be, new coach. It's a home game. It has to be one of those games where you have to bring it all, and I'm looking forward to that game. And then we turn around and play Lincoln. It's going to be another tough game, and of course you got the defending champions after that. Our guys have to approach every game as important as it is and for what it is. Our guys know that hey, Lee's is going to be one of those tough games you got to just battle through, and hopefully you do the things you can to be successful. And then you run into Lincoln, who's full of athletes and former coaches who know the kids of us. So our guys are going to be pumped up, hopefully, for those games. And then, of course, you play Central after that. So they're all big, but I think everyone sort of has their mindset on certain games. And I think each individual player and coach will decide how they feel about those games. But as for me, we're going to have to go out and play them all for 4 quarters.
Our segment with the Sylacauga High School Aggies. Our final session of the day will feature the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors. Up next.
All right, thank you. Can we his name down there? Can we take them all down? Yeah, let's take them all down. Yeah. Cool. All right.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day, our 9th year. We're here at the George Ricker Activity Center at Chaco Springs. Our final session of the day, the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors, home of the champions. We have Coach Paul Kulick entering his 14th season at the helm of the Silent Warriors. With him today, he has Cullen Crook, Denijah Swain, and Dallas Scheifel. I hope I said that right. I tried hard, Dallas. The Silent Warriors opened their season on September the 25th at Galesville.
So in the end, I've got Dallas. He's a senior this year. This is Dallas McCullen-Schiffler. He's on our offensive line. He's leading our offensive line. He started last year. This is back into his second year. So we're really excited to have him back on our team this year. So we're ready. He's ready to lead our team with our offensive line. Next, we have Cullen Crook. Cullen Crook is playing a big role in our defensive team this year. He is a linebacker. He played linebacker last year, so he's ready to continue on this role this year, taking on and leading the defensive team. And our youngest one is in 10th grade. This is Denijah Swain. Denijah is in 11th grade. This is his second. He's the second line linebacker this year. He's going to graduate for Tanner Wood. We lost. He graduated. Also, Corey McKinney. And also we lost Jaquan Rankins. So those were three of our star players. We lost those three this year. And so Denijah is taking the role now as quarterback this year and filling in for us. And so we've got our offense and our defense men here. Also, we have 25 players total this year. We've got 25 young guys, 8th grade through the 10th grade. So that's the biggest group that we've got with our 8th through 10th graders. But they're working diligently this summer. They've been working for last year. They all played last year. They've all come back. And so we have 8 who are actually coming back on our offensive line and 7 who are returning on our defensive line. So they've got the experience from last year, and they are looking to carry us on through again this year. The offense and defense. Let's see, this year, let me check my notes here. We have 4 offensive linemen who are returning. We've got Atkinson. We've got Joshua Kelly. DeAndre Tillman. And Austin Brown. And so they all are very young players, but they're coming back this year. We also have a good receiver. We've got Jaquavian McRae. And also we've got Denijah returning with us as well. We've got our running back, Michael Palin. He's a senior this year. We're going to miss the public schools within our Talladega County. They already have started their training. They've started, because of our students, team lives all over the state. And so because of that, they're in Huntsville. They're all over the state. And so because of that, we've not been able to get back with our practice yet. And so because of the nature of our school being a residential school. So our first game, we'll be preparing for that starting September the 8th. We've got 3 weeks before that first game. Our first game is against Gaysville. And so that's on the September the 25th. October the 2nd, we'll be going up against Jacksonville Christian School. And then on the 9th through the 16th, we have some availability. If there's anybody interested in playing with us, please reach out to us and let us know. And our final game is against Shoal Christian Academy. And so they'll be on October the 30th. So that's our lineup for this year, our roster. All the different deaf schools that we typically play against. We've got Mississippi, Indiana, Tennessee, MSD, the Mono Secondary School for the Deaf. All those schools have had to cancel because of the current situation. And so Alabama, we've not let COVID put us back. We're going to go ahead and play this year. So we're looking forward to an exciting year. Well, the first half of the season, we basically had to cancel the first half. And so most of the deaf schools that we typically play against, we're beginning with our second half playing against those schools that are here locally. And so we're going to be ready for those three games. Again, we do have 3 weeks that we have availability. We're trying to work again to actually add a fourth. And so we have those available. And so we're looking at that second half. Again, our school does not begin until September the 8th. Our school technically will begin next Monday, but they're all going to be doing e-learning from home. They'll be doing that for a month, and then September the 8th, they'll be returning to campus. Well, as you can imagine, right now AIDB has done a great job. They've been doing training and instruction. I'm sure that safety is our number one priority. We've been making some arrangements on campus to make sure that we have the distancing that we need. And so, again, as students return, we'll begin, that process, and our adults are all going to be watching out and making sure our kids stay safe. And so I'm sure the first few days things are going to be a little bit chaotic, but we'll get the hang of it. Well, I am thrilled that we have had the ability to continue to play. So many of the other deaf schools in other states have had to cancel, and so ASD, we live for football. And so that's a priority for us, keeping the kids safe and having this priority for football. Last year, Sawyer was he was from the deaf and blind school. He did an awesome job leading us last year. Fortunately, we lost him, and so Denija has been, he was looking at that position last year. He's ready to step into those shoes. It's a huge role as quarterback, but Denija is ready to take the lead on this. Denija has been doing an awesome job leading, and all the players look up to Denija. He's a hard worker. He is hardworking in the weight rooms and prepping. We've got Cedric, Tyson. We also have Matt coaching, and Marlon White, who are our assistant coaches. And so, again, we've got a new workout regime with Cedric, who's filling that position. So our guys are excited. They're fired up. We're looking for an exciting year this year. And so, regardless of what's happened, back in March when COVID came up, we had to put a halt to everything, and so that was very disheartening. But we've been keeping up with the kids through Zoom. They're excited to return to campus. Denija has really been encouraging all the other players. He's been a great role model and great leader for them. And so we're looking forward to having a great year as quarterback out of Denija. So we are giving him our full support. So with Gaysville, that was supposed to be last week, but we asked them if they wouldn't mind putting that up to first. And so Shoals Christian typically is our first game, but we were able to reach out to the school, and they were willing to pull forward their match against us. And so that game is always a good game. It's a very challenging game, and so we're excited to have that as our kickoff game this year.
If there are no further questions for the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors, that will wrap up our final session of the afternoon. I would like to thank the members of the media for coming out today to support our student athletes and coaches in Talladega County. We wish all of our schools best luck this season. Everyone, please be safe. Thank you.